need not have to depend upon fresh supply of fruits, vegetables, and other foods for bioactive compounds. Here it is a very, very important thing which I want to say, that of course this is a commercial gimmick that large multinational companies are into it, and they promote and create create information among the people that these are very, very helpful. But now numerous studies have shown that the isolated compounds sometimes lose their bioactive function, or they cannot react in the same way as when they are present in the natural matrix, possibly due to some extraction and purification processes. On the other hand, the application of bioactive ingredients sources from the plants, they are present in combination with other nutrients, biochemical environment, pH, and all those things. And that matrix is the one which protects those biochemical compounds. So the market for these substantial supplements and potential health claims are widely unregulated. That's why on Facebook or on social media, we get the information that have this food, this supplement or this supplement, and they flash on your screen all the time. But as nutritionists or the food scientists, we need to educate the people that your bioactive compounds should be present in the natural matrix, and I'll be explaining why it is important that they should be in the natural matrix. Because these phytochemicals, they have some of the phytochemicals show very low level of solubility, stability, bioactive availability, and sometimes their target specificity in the body is not that good if they are taken in the isolated form. But when they are taken in the form of food, then other compounds present, whether they are nutrients or other compounds, they actually help, and sometimes they improve the solubility. Some of the compounds improve the stability of the phytochemicals and also enhance the bioavailability of this. So basically, we are interested in the bioavailability, not on the total content of the phytochemicals you consume. So maybe you have taken lots of good amount of phytochemicals, but they are, if they are not available to your body or the cells, that means that it hasn't gone to its full potential. The compounds present at their effective levels in the target tissues are much more important than the actual intake of these compounds. So one should be very, very careful that the supplements you are consuming, they have that much bioavailability, solubility, and stability? And there is a big question mark on this, and no supplement seller explain it on their pack. Okay. So secondly, this is very important, that what is the desirable dietary intake of phytochemicals, how much phytochemicals we should take. Because as is in case of nutrients, we have the recommended dietary allowances, that how much should be the maximum level and how much should be the minimum. But because number one is that phytochemicals are in thousands in number, and again, they do not act isolatively, they work together. So, and they promote, so they have protective effect when they are left, and their protective effect against the chronic diseases is always collective. So we cannot say that single phytochemical, only zeaxanthins are good, or alpha carotene is good, or alliin is good. When they are work together in a matrix, food matrix, then only we can find out the health promoting effect, that is prevention of lifestyle, these all cancers and all those. To arrive at a desirable dietary intake of phytochemicals, first of all, we should have the quantitative data on the content of phytochemicals in commonly consumed foods. And this says, again, the responsibility of the food scientists or nutritionists, that we should use the very, very fine methods, because these have These are present in minute amounts. So the sensitivity of the methods, that is very, very important. And there is a lot of research required on their biological potency and bioavailability. And all the research should be directed towards evaluating the potency of phytochemicals in individual foods as well as in the composite meals. So we never have a single food. We always take it as a part of our composite meal. So that is very, very important, and that should be taken care of. Okay, still at the same times we have to tell the people that don't take too much of the phytochemicals, because they have adverse effects also. When they are present in natural form, they are present in minute amount, and we are taking small amounts of so many phytochemicals. They do not exert adverse effects. But when you take it in the form of supplements, sometimes hyper doses are taken, and that is a very, very adverse effect. And like for example, there are, for that in certain there is a lot of need for the long term investigation and large scale cohort studies to address the adverse effects of some phytochemicals. Okay, so and then at the same time, there is synergistic and antagonistic effect of mixture of these phytochemicals. And if you are taking 4-5 supplements, and sometimes in West especially, they say that people pop up the supplements as we take popcorns. So that means that they are taking too many supplements of phytochemicals, and they have, of course, they have synergetic effect as well as antagonistic effects also. So if in a day you are taking multiple phytochemicals, then they may have antagonistic effects also. So that way they may, instead of giving good health effects, they may cause diseases to you, or they may have some health implications. So this is very, very important for people to know about this. Okay, now coming to that, of course, when we say that they are present in the plant foods, and we all are having our traditional diets, and we are taking the dal, sabzi, and all these things, so we are getting the right dose of phytochemicals. But as the science is developing and food industry is coming up, there is need for the development of novel products with added health beneficial value and original compound. First, whenever you make a novel product using a phytochemical, you have to be very careful that original compound must be present in the form which is not directly available to the human digestive system. So sometimes we enthusiastically add these compounds in the food, but when they enter into our gastrointestinal tract, there are harsh conditions of acidity and alkalinity, and most of the times that compound is lost. So that is the first thing, that whether the compound you have added in any form, and for that reason we do micro encapsulation of the products, and the food matrix has a sufficient effect on the release and availability of the bioactive ingredient. It should not be like that you have a high fiber diet, that is, and that trap all the biomolecules in it, and when it moves into the intestinal tract, it is not escaped from the gel, and there is not the availability of those bioactive compounds to the body. So that is very, very important, that you have to understand that the material which you have put in that, whether it has a capacity to release this or not. Thirdly, compounds might need an additional carrier substance to aid solubility. So in the natural this thing, we have protein foods that may be the carriers, or sometimes we may have other things, but like the acidic pH or some citric food is there in our food, which helps in the solubility. But your product, when it is consumed, it should have a carrier substance which improves the solubility. And the fourth point is their functional responses to bioactive compounds may vary throughout the population according to their genetic makeup, because interactions of food with the human body are extremely complex. So sometimes we all are having turmeric, right? But our genetic makeup affects that how it is being absorbed in our body. So we cannot say that this level of supplementation of turmeric or any other phytochemical in like it is a blanket level. It should be, because some people have some genetic makeup that they absorb certain things in a better way and others may not. So all these things are very, very complex. So when you take like on social media, you are told to have this chia seeds or some what else, quinoa seeds and so many other foods, avocados and all those things. But it is again very, very important that your own system, how it takes these foods. So it is not that every food is good for everybody. Okay. So this is very, very important, which I want to emphasize in my today's talk, is that when we want to have health benefits from these foods, we always should be very careful that whether we are using purified forms or we are taking them into natural. So from the literature, I have come across many studies which say that polyphenols in red and blueberry foods have stronger activity against cancer cells than pure polyphenols. So it has been found that the people who are taking too much of red and blueberry fruits for years and years, it's not that you are taking 1 month and it is going to change the physiology of cancer cells in your body. So natural polyphenols in red and blueberry fruits is much, much stronger in imparting their anti-carcinogenic property than purified polyphenols. And the consumption of purified lycopene results in minimum protection against prostate cancer, while they say that if you take too much of a like good amount of tomatoes, it lowers the risk and it is more successful in controlling or preventing prostate cancers. So most of these things are through large epidemic studies that the people who are consuming more tomatoes, and they have found that the incidence of prostate cancer was much, much lesser in those. So it is not that through advertisement you are impressed that okay, if I'll take the supplements of lycopene, if I am going to take the supplements of some other polyphenols, and I will be protected from diseases. No, it is not like that. Then the potent antioxidant and anti-cancer activities can be assumed to be due to the additive and synergetic effects of phytochemicals and nutrients when occurring in complex mixture, whether it is in fruits and vegetables, cereals, grains, or anything. So it is that all the these bioactive compounds, they work together, not isolatedly. The market for supplements with potential health claims, as I have already told you, that they are unregulated, so they claim anything. But we as we nutritional scientists should make people aware of that how and what they should take. Then underutilized fruits and vegetables need to be explored, and India is diverse, north, east, south, and west. We have different fruits, different vegetables, depending upon our ecology or environment. So that means that one should go for with their ecology, and every location has their own indigenous fruits and vegetables which are loaded with the biomolecules. So one should go for that, and with minimal processing. And but we say that if we isolate the biochemical molecules from those foods, that will increase the cost, the supplements will be much more expensive to you when they reach you, and because that is the business of the many pharmaceutical companies. But fruits and vegetables, they are much more sustainable approach to get bioactive compounds, because this they help the farmers to raise their incomes, they protect the environment and our ecology as well. So as food scientists, we should emphasize that to take all these things. So this is what I want to say about bioactive compounds. And in the end, I conclude my talk with this, that first of all, we should understand that in Indian context, we have huge population, the disease burden which is coming up day by day with metabolic orders. This is going to affect negatively on the productivity and economic growth of the country. So for that, it is our joint responsibility of the agriculture scientists, nutritionists, food scientists, that we make people aware to get the food which is to, first of all, to produce the food and make it available to the general masses, that the foods which are high in bioactive compounds, so that we can protect their diseases. And then the disease burden can be lessened through dietary and lifestyle modifications. So it is not that simply by taking bioactive foods you can protect diseases. Along with that, you have to have very important lifestyle and dietary modifications. Exercise is important, sleep is important. So it is not only the food, but other things are equally important. Consuming vegetables, grains, along with fruits and some medicinal plants. Not too much medicinal plants, because these days there are quacks sitting on in social media and saying that this plant food has this benefit and this benefit. So we have to take minimal amount of these medicinal plants, because excess has adverse effects. So more frequently to obtain phytochemicals in sufficient amounts. And again, we have varied economics data in our vast country like India. So we always suggest people to depend upon plant foods for getting these bioactive compounds, and achieving food and nutrition security by strengthening agriculture, horticulture. Because earlier we were always thinking about feeding the bellies of the people, but now we are saying that health promoting foods like fruits and vegetables, for that nation policymakers should emphasize on horticulture as well. And for sufficient supply of phytochemicals is very, very important to combat lifestyle disorders. And this is the most important and sustainable approach for all times to come. Then yes, areas of research where we can have collaborations with different sectors. For example, like underutilized fruits and vegetables as a source of phytochemicals. That for that we have to work on it, and each geographical area should explore their own underutilized fruits for getting phytochemicals. And second, we have to promote regenerative diets through development and popularization of millet based foods or our local foods which are more sustainable. And also I feel that efficacy of carriers of fortification of lysine and vitamin D, these are the research areas I feel that we need to focus upon, so that in the long time we can uh, so we can ultimately have the healthier lives. So these are the areas of research where we can work. With these words, I end my talk, but at the same time, I motivate all the researchers to work on bioactive compounds, because there is a lot of non-scientific information, and we have to have a very knowledgeable base to give right and correct recommendations on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Uh, a heartful thanks for your informative presentation. The session is now open for questions.
There are questions in the chat box. Two questions I could see.
Yeah, I've got one question from Dr. Kanchan, and how much we should consume. So again, I have told that there are too many phytochemicals. We cannot give dietary guidelines similar to that of nutrients, food, protein, carbohydrates, and fats, and all. So these phytochemicals, they are present in minute amounts in our food. So first of all, their assessment is difficult, and not that we need very sensitive instruments for that. But again, sometimes we have traditional wisdom also, so that means that they should be taken in the amounts which are present in your natural diet. For example, we say that iron overload cannot occur if you take it from the diet, right? But if you take the isolated supplements, toxicity could be there, right? So that way, I would say that at present we do not have any recommendations, and we do not hope that in the coming years there will be this thing. But yes, we should know that what are the safe levels of these phytochemicals, and we have many cell lines or animal model studies where they have seen the toxicity levels of these things, and from that we can derive the guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have another question in the chat box from Anushka Goyal. Effect of tap water on phytochemicals.
Yes, again, tap water which we get normally is slightly alkaline, because it is coming from, if it is coming from this underground water. If you are using underground water, then so many salts are there which are added into it, and it causes slight alkalinity of this. And then, of course, you might have noticed that when you cook your vegetable in your tap water, it becomes pale. Cauliflower, if you boil it in tap water, it becomes pale after some time, and that is basically uh, pale is due because of the alkalinity of the water, right? So there are again many methods that you can put little acid into your food. You know that in our traditional cooking, we all put certain savory foods, like in North India we put tomatoes in every vegetable. In South they put tamarind and things like that, and those things are actually added to protect the biochemicals, because they want that some acid will and then these phytochemicals or polyphenols will be protected.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there
Yeah, I see Dr. Shivakami. I can see from the screen.
participants, those who raised your hands, can ask your questions?
There's one more question in the chat.
Yes,
Congratulations.
Kanchan. Yeah,
This
question
is
from
Dr.
Kanchan.
Kausalya.
Dr.
It was a
Kausalya.
wonderful this thing we have worked with AHS. So once again, happy to hear you and congratulations to Dr. Kalpana. It was very informative. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
My video is not working. That's why. Mhm.
Yeah,
Thank you, Dr.
I
Kiran,
will
ma'am.
ask you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have question from Kanchan, ma'am. Do inorganic vegetables or fruits does the effect of phytochemicals?
Uh, Again, I would say that it is again a very complex thing, that fruits and vegetables, they are naturally like they have natural some compounds which have bioactive properties. But I don't think so that the organic may have any variance in the phytochemical level. Organic and inorganic are different, because they have pesticide or any other fertilizers. Without fertilizers, it is grown in natural way. But I don't think so that this is going to affect much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have another question. This is Australia. Do we have data on the desirable limits of phytochemicals for students' purpose?
Yes, ma'am. That was very important question. But again, the phytochemicals are numerous. So we cannot say
Okay.
that we are taking 10 phytochemicals in a day. We are taking 100 of phytochemicals, and sometimes they are so small in amount that that till date, even USDA and all, they still cannot say that what is the level of these elements. They say that their presence helps in preventing diseases, but they do not say anything that how much is required to prevent diseases. So at present, we do not have any a concrete data on this, though we have some isolated studies, but these studies are again varied, and then meta-analysis of most of these uh, plant foods. They say, some say that this is useful, others say this is not useful. So somehow we do not have a very authentic data on this. This is only through the traditional knowledge, wisdom, or the history of our foods, from which we derive that they are good for human health. But of course, in the coming
Thank you,
incoming
ma'am.
says
Yes, yes.
if we work on these aspects, of course we will be able to generate good data.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable time and your answers for the questions. Uh, an announcement. The session will resume at 1:45 p.m. after the lunch break.
Thank you, Professor Kiran.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
And announcement for those who are in the meet, the staff, I have already posted it over there. There is a slight technical glitch in the live streaming for the access of the students outside Avinayam Institute. So we have created a YouTube link, and please inform. Of course, we have informed through WhatsApp to all the students and faculty. But those who are in the meet, please share that link to your students and let them join in this link, the YouTube link. Thank you so much. Over to Anu.
Thank you, ma'am. Students are requested to join this meet at 1:45 p.m. after the lunch break. Thank you.
And participants, not only students are here, staff and faculty.
Yes,
When are we to join? 1:45?
yes, ma'am. 1:45.
Okay. For the next session.
Okay.
Put it in the chat box. Thank you all for joining for the morning session. We'll meet again in the afternoon after the lunch break. Anu, Ashwita?
Yes, ma'am.
Anashweta, let the link be on. No, don't leave the link.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. You can come here to the department.
Okay, ma'am.
தெரியும் இல்லைன்னா சும்மா அப்படியே இப்ப யூடியூப் லிங்க்ல ஏற்றியா சரியா நீங்க ஷேர் பண்ணி விட்டீங்கன்னா இந்த ப்ரோக்ராம்னு சொல்லிட்டு தெரிய வரும் இல்லைன்னு லிங்க்ல ஜாயின் பண்ணி பாரு சும்மா பிளாங்கா தான் இருக்கும் அதனால நான் எதையுமே ஸ்டாப் பண்ணல நீங்க ஷேர் பண்ணி விட்டீங்கன்னா அது கரெக்டா ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா வந்துடும் இல்லைன்னா எனக்கு மெயில் அனுப்பி விடுங்க செமினார் அண்டர்ஸ்கோர் ஹெச்எஸ் மெயில் அனுப்புறியா பிபிடி இல்லையா சரி நான் இன்விடேஷன் எனக்கு ஷேர் பண்ண நான் பார்க்குறேன் நான் ஆன்லைன் என்ன அதுக்குள்ள லஞ்சுக்கு போயிட்டு உங்களுக்கு போய் நீங்க உட்காந்துருக்கேன் செமினார் ஹெச்எஸ் போட்டேன் இல்ல நீங்க அங்க நீங்க வேற இடத்துல லாகின் பண்ணிருப்பீங்கல்ல செமினார் ஹெச்எஸ் அவங்க யாரும் இல்லையா அப்ப அவங்ககிட்ட சொல்லி ஷேர் பண்ண சொல்லி எனக்கு அனுப்பு நான் ஷேர் பண்றேன் ஷேர் பண்ண சொல்றேன் இமீடியட்டா பண்ணி விடுங்க லேட் பண்ண வேணாம் சரி ரைட் டேய் என்னடா இன்னும் ஷேர் ஆகல? நீ எனக்கு உங்ககிட்ட வாட்ஸ்அப்ல இருந்தா நீ யார் அனுப்பி நானாவது ஷேர் பண்றேன். ஏன்னா என்ன சரியா? நீங்க இப்படி வரக்குள்ள நீங்க ப்ரோக்ராமே ஸ்டார்ட் ஆக மாட்டேங்குது. அதை ஒரு நிமிஷம் பண்ணி விட்டீங்கன்னா நல்லா இருக்கு. யூடியூப்ல இருக்கவும் பார்த்தேன் பிளாங்கா இருக்கு. சரி எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் அனுப்பி விடு.
Good afternoon, everyone. Shall we start the afternoon session? Good afternoon, everyone. We are now ready to continue our symposium with another exciting session. I invite Ms. Anukirtana from 2nd MSc Food Science and Nutrition to introduce the next speaker, Professor Bila JK.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is indeed a great honor and privilege to have with us a distinguished individual whose contribution to the field of nutrition, child development, and community service have had a profound impact. Our chief guest, Professor Bila JK, has been an esteemed faculty member at Kerala Agriculture University since 1997. Over the years, she has taught a variety of courses including maternal and child nutrition, nutrition through life cycle, global nutrition, nutrition in immunity, and community nutrition. Currently, Professor Bila serves as the principal investigator for the Technical Support Unit for Rice Fortification with the United Nations World Food Programme project. Research work is both impressive and extensive. She has guided several PhD and postgraduate in areas such as garden-based nutrition education, garden-based diet therapy for attention deficit hyperactivity syndrome, gluten-free and casein-free diet for autism management and stroke nutrition. Her pioneering efforts in developing and applying horticultural therapy for communities with special needs showcase her innovative approach of combining research with philanthropy. She is not only a prolific researcher but also an accomplished author with significant works in horticultural therapy and a toolkit to ADHD, which have been invaluable resources in these specialized fields. Her achievements have uh, her achievements have earned her numerous honors, including John Walker's Community Service Award in 2020 from American Therapy Association, Kansas University, USA, and Kavangal Mahila Ratnam Award in 2013. Additionally, Professor Bila has made remarkable contributions in her role as Director of Center for Disability Studies, Pujapura, between 2011 to 2016, advocating tirelessly for women, children, and persons with disabilities. Through her leadership, she has extended her expertise in horticulture by establishing therapeutic gardens in more than 20 schools across Kerala, benefiting countless children with special needs. We are truly privileged to have such a versatile and passionate individual with us today. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Professor Bila JK as she shares her insights and experience with us. Over to you, ma'am.
So, good afternoon, everyone. And I really, on this occasion of the National Nutrition Week, I really like to congratulate the Department of Food and Nutrition of our National Institute of Home Science, in fact, organizing such a wonderful event where it is actually not just deliberations and speaking, but I think National Nutrition Week theme is really being implemented. This theme shows the importance of teaching young children and young adults. So about is nutrition and what is it also emphasizes the role of parents, educators, communities, etc. So I think I've been listening to the um, speakers, and I could see that it is the Nutrition Week being celebrated in the. So today my will be, and I really would like to congratulate Dr. Kalpana ma'am for taking this effort and organizing such a wonderful event. Uh, so I think now I'll go on to I can upload my PowerPoint presentations.
Yeah, it's in the third slide. Third slide is.
Yeah, is it? Can you see the first slide now? Are you able to see that?
Anu Ashwita, I'm. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Able to see the slide?
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am, the first.
Okay. So the topic today that I'll be dealing is rice fortification, which is a sustainable solution for global nutrition improvement. So before I really go into my topic, let me say what is it? I know you're all aware of the National Nutrition Week theme, nutritious diet. And for India, it is feeding smart right from start. So basically, nutrition diets for everyone. The theme for National Nutrition Week, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, emphasizing the importance of sustainable food systems that meets the nutritional needs. It's addressing the dietary needs individuals of different stages of life, such as infants, children, adults, and also older adults or the elderly people. It also means to promote nutritious diets plays a vital role in preventing diet-related diseases and enhancing overall health and well-being. And I was listening to the earlier speakers who were talking very much elaborately on this area. And of course, the theme encourages public health initiatives and education programs to promote healthy eating habits and educate communities about nutrition. So basically, the idea is to feeding smart right from start. It should start from the early childhood. As you know, the food habit is always developed in the early childhood. Whatever food habit you developed at the age of 3, 4, and that remains till you die. Of course, there will be some, but the basic, the nature of your food habit will not change all of a sudden. So this another thing is parental guidance is very crucial. Parents, how they guide the children into the food, the feeding and the food habit is very important. And what kind of education programs in the institutions are given to improve the nutrition status of the people are also something that we do, and how the community initiatives can support to promote healthy nutrition for all children. So right now, when we can see that what is happening is that we think that everything is fine if the child looks good, and especially if the child, yeah.
Ma'am, we can see only your first slide. Ma'am.
Oh, you're not able to see only the first slide.
Yes, ma'am.
Now.
Yes, ma'am. We can see the slide.
So this is what I was talking about. That is, the feeding smart right from start means it should start from early childhood, and the parental guidance is very important. And educational programs have a lot of importance or significance in the nutrition status of the community, and the community support is also important. Now let us see what is the global problem of micronutrient deficiency. We all know. If you look at the Indian status, maybe 20, 30 years, and what is status now with regard to nutrition status, it has changed a lot, because earlier we had macronutrient deficiency, but now mostly we have micronutrient deficiency, and it is also known as hidden hunger, which affects billions of people worldwide, particularly in low and middle income countries. And even India is not behind. When you take the NFHS data, micronutrient deficiency, 70% and more of women are having anemia. Iron deficiency anemia is particularly a major public health concern, affecting a significant proportion in the global population. So now, because of this micronutrient deficiency is where the rice fortification has come into role. It is a crucial strategy to combat micronutrient deficiency, and this presentation will explore the method rice fortification, how it is done, and the impact of fortifying rice with essential vitamins, and how it is the efficacy on human health and human nutrition status. So let me tell you what are the commodities that can be fortified. As we all know, milk can be fortified with vitamin A, D to improve bone health and immune function. Oil can be often fortified with vitamin A to prevent night blindness and boost immunity. Salt, you all must be very much aware about it is iodized to prevent goiter and support proper thyroid function. And also wheat, it is not very prevalent in India, but it is fortified with iron and vitamin B to prevent anemia and improve energy metabolization. So if you look at what is the definition of food fortification, I didn't want to give a single I am just trying to tell you what actually food fortification is. I'm sure you're all be knowing it, but they put it across this way. See, it is actually deliberate enhancement, intentionally increasing a micronutrient content in food to improve nutrition quality. And it aims to provide widespread health benefits through improved nutrition and also minimum health risk. That is carefully controlled process to ensure safety and efficacy of fortified dose. That fortification should be safe, and it should also be having some good impact on the people. And finally, it focuses on essential micronutrients often which lacks in the standard diets. So why we are talking about rice and not any other food is because rice is a staple food globally, and it provides essential carbohydrates and energy, but it is a cornerstone of food security in many regions. And it is, if you look, it is a vital source of calories and some micronutrients as well. But rice production is crucial for global food security, because if you look at the consumption of rice across the globe, it is like you will see that every continent there is rice production, and rice is grown, paddy is there, and also rice is being consumed by people. Now, why we are going for rice fortification? Because the experts say that it is a cost-effective solution, and it offers a sustainable approach to address micronutrient deficiency, and also it is when it is fortified with essential vitamins and minerals, it can enhance the health of millions, and it especially the vulnerable groups like women and children. As a staple food, rice has a potential to improve nutrition on the popular wide scale. Now let us come to the different methods of rice fortification. Basically, there are three methods: dusting, coating, and extrusion. In dusting, we actually apply micronutrients as a fine powder. So I think I can go into detail by showing you what is a dusting technology. It is basically a surface application. The micronutrients are applied as a fine powder to the rice grain surface, and then it has an electrostatic force to blind fortificant to the rice grains, and nutrient retention is limited because when rice is washed or cooked in excess water, there's a tendency for this micronutrients to also get washed away. So suitable for contexts where rice is not washed before cooking. So that is not normally always practically feasible, because we never would like to have rice without washing. Now coming to the coating technology, it is the process is basically coating the rice grains with fortificant mix. So it will actually coat each grain is coated with nutrients, and the that is used are waxes and gums to fix the micronutrient layers, and it requires rinse resistant coated fortified kernels, and also it allows higher concentration of micronutrients because each single rice is coated. But the disadvantage of coating technology is it's a very expensive technology. Now coming to the extrusion technology. In this, it combines the rice is combined with water, fortificant mix, and the rice flour to create a fortified kernel. And this kernel, it actually ensures micronutrients are equally distributed inside the fortified kernel. So it is basically blended in such a way that it is blended in 1:100 ratio. I'll be showing you the picture now. Now, before we go into the method of extrusion, let me tell you there are types of extrusions: are cold extrusion, warm extrusion, and hot extrusion. In cold extrusion, that is, we use pasta press at 30 to 40 degrees C, and it requires binders for nutrient retention. It is cost effective but may have limited nutrient. Whereas warm extrusion is steam at 60 to 80 degrees C, produces more translucent product, balances stability and energy efficiency. And hot extrusion, it employs steam at 80 to 110 degrees C, energy intensive but ensures highest nutrient stability and produces most rice-like appearance. So that mostly the equipments that we use for fortifications are premix mixing, fortification application, and quality control. That is this, we have a premix. What is premix? The premix is actually the folic acid, the vitamin A, the vitamin B12, whatever you want to mix, that is called premix. It's exactly like what you have as a capsule. This is a specialized mixer is used to homogenize the premix, ensuring uniform distribution of micronutrients. And fortification can be used as dusters, coaters, or extruders, and for which we have certain equipments. And equipments like spectrometers and analyzers are used to measure the micronutrient content and ensure quality standards. These are the basically, it's a very simple, not very difficult. So in premix preparation, as I told you, they make the specific micronutrients like vitamins and minerals based on what is required for the target, like what is required for the population. You mix it, and then you have a quality control and packaging that is very important because it has to be very hygienically packed. And these are several techniques like dusting, coating, extrusion, and blending with unique advantage and has got its own applications. We are just going one by one. So in premix, the composition is, the premix is what is actually added to the rice, and the premix will have iron, zinc, vitamin A, and B vitamins. According to what the population needs, we can actually make the premix, and it is produced under strict control measures to ensure accurate composition and stability. And it is stored in storing is always in very either in HDP packages or in aluminum packages, because you should not keep it so that it gets oxidized and things like that. Now, what exactly we do is, this premix is actually added to the rice flour. The rice flour is made and the premix is added to the rice flour, and we make a kernel. Kernel is looking exactly like rice, but that rice is made out of the rice flour, adding premix, and it goes to the extrusion technology machine and it becomes rice. So when you look at the rice that has been extruded, which is called kernel, it looks like almost a similar rice. It will be very it's not very easy to identify what is an FRK and what is a rice, because once it is blended in rice, you will not even find. But most of the time people think it is plastic rice. There are a lot of myths like that, that it is plastic and all that, but it is actually the kernel that is made from the rice flour itself. So after that, the kernels are blended with the other main rice, whichever rice. Say for example, you have brown rice, then you have to exactly make the brown rice mix itself. Then only it will get blended, right? So 1:100 is a ratio of blending. So that means when you take 100 rice, you need to only add one kernel. So when it comes to a bowl in front of you, at the most you will have 2 kernels. That is, this 2 kernel is more your RDA of a day. That is what NIN has reported. Now, in the rice fortification process, what is happening? First, rice is cleaned, hulled and polished. Then micronutrient addition is done. Vitamins and minerals are added to the rice, and then the micronutrient mixed with the rice, and then they are packed. This mixing is actually called blending. Okay, blending in the blenders. It is all done mechanically. All this cannot be done using hands. All this mechanical. There is machines for everything. For making premix there is a machine. For blending there is a machine. So I'm just showing you what is. I see something like here, to return to the video call and resume your presentation.
Any problem?
I'm seeing a message saying that your screen is still visible to others. Click to resume presenting or stop screen. Nothing. No, you can see.
I think someone else, one participant had shared their.
Now is my PPT?
Yeah.
Can you see it? Okay.
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay. So you can see how it is done. This is a mission where this broken rice are added to that, and then that rice flour is made, and in that nutrients are added, and micronutrients are added, and through extrusion machine becomes a fortified kernel, and in this it is blended and then it is packed. When you pack, you put a F plus to show that it has been fortified. This is a pictorial the representation of how the rice is fortified. Now the mainly the micronutrients which is added to the fortified to make it a fortified rice, or to make the fortified kernel, is basically it is iron, zinc, vitamin A and folic acid. Mandatorily we do that, but of course vitamin B12 is added right now in India. So what are the benefits of rice fortification? It improves the nutrition, it enhances cognitive development, it reduces health risk and increases productivity among the children. So all this in detail we will be going through. I just showed you the major benefits. Now, there are certain regulatory frameworks for fortified rice. That is, food safety standards are there, which FSSI has given. That is, you have to use only 2% of premix to the fortified, when you make the premix, it is only 2% should be added to make the kernel. It should not be more than that. That is, it is a small amount of, the micronutrients has been added, but even then that is more than enough. That is what NIN has been proved. Showed a lot of studies have been done. And then we have to do quality measures, that is testing to verify the presence and stability of added micronutrient. See, when you make a kernel, that kernel has to be stable. Otherwise, what will happen if the FRK is not stable? Once it gets into, it is blended and you wash it, it will also sometimes go with the water. So the stability of the FRK, or the fortified rice kernel, is very important. It should not be broken. Even internally, it should not be broken. Outside we may not know. So it is very, there is a lot of studies done by IIT Kharagpur Food Engineering Department on the stability to actually come to that proportion of how to make that. The machine is what it gives a fortified rice kernels, right? So there are a lot of studies have been done how to make it stable, and the proportions are also given as a standard. Then labeling is very important. Once it is fortified, the packaging should have F plus. And there are a lot of international organizations like United Nations and organization have a crucial role in developing and harmonizing this regulatory framework for fortified rice. So these are all very important. You should have quality control, and there should be regular testing and monitoring, and proper storage and handling has to be. It is proper storage and handling, not at the home level, but at like FCI, and because the contamination should not happen because of this. FRK has been added to the rice, and above all, most important is the consumer education. Even recently, one of in Kerala, people, they get the fortified rice through the PDS, and they remove these fortified rice kernels, thinking that it is plastic. So what is the purpose of doing all this? So consumers and the consumers have to be made aware of what is FRK. That is the most biggest challenge right now. So now we have the rice fortification is being scaled up by increasing the production, and most importantly, it should be effectively distributed. And above all, public awareness campaign has to be done to educate consumer about the benefits of fortified rice. So now I'll just come to a few studies which will tell you what are actually the efficacy of rice fortification. Several studies have been done. I've just taken out few studies only. That is on iron fortification. It can address the iron fortification. You see, when you are, if you see, most of the people will have iron deficiency. So this research has shown that it increases the iron content. It raised the iron content and the hemoglobin levels, and especially for severe anemia cases, it has shown promising results. So basically, the taste, color, and texture of the iron fortified rice remain the same. It will not show as though it is a different rice or anything. actually the consumer cannot even identify that. That is what is how if so. This is the major key findings done by Hots and co-workers, that it has significant increase in concentration of plasma ferritin and iron stores. It improved the estimated body stores. Now, I'm not going into, these are all different authors who have done studies on that. And the iron fortified rice has got high acceptance and it is well received across the world. It is actually at right now in Bangladesh, in most of the developed countries also, they are giving iron fortified rice, and like regular rice, and its distribution mostly now it has been given through programs, that is nutrition programs, but in certain countries it has come to the markets, and it is readily available in supermarkets, and very slowly in a couple of years, maybe in 2 or 3 years, all our supermarkets will be having iron for iron, of course fortified rice, not just iron, but it will be in India, it will be vitamin B12, iron and folic. So this is with the it will come to the market with the F plus. Now even zinc fortification. See, these are all not multiple micronutrient addition, but it is, these studies have been single fortification studies like zinc fortification. So it has shown that it was incorporated into rice and influence zinc absorption was done, and it has improved zinc status, and it was well accepted by the children in schools, and iron and vitamin A levels also had improved, and positive impact on overall health of the children had happened. Now, mainly the key findings on zinc fortification showed that there were 4.8% decrease in prevalence, zinc deficiency 6% decrease, and regular distribution is crucial for effectiveness. See, it's not that you just have for some time and you stop it, and also regularly for a particular period, but the studies are going on even now, at what point it has to be stopped. So this is the only study which is still remaining. Otherwise, the efficacy study has been done in a large manner in several countries. And cooking quality of zinc fortified rice, studies have shown that the edible coating improved water absorption, and the cooking time was reduced, and the texture became more firmer and less sticky, and also the taste and flavor was more appealing. So statistically, it showed that increase in daily zinc intake improved levels and reduce symptoms of zinc deficiency, and it is more cost effective, and public health benefits outweighing costs. So this is very important. See, when we talk about diverse diet, not every population can take it. When they are low privileged or low socioeconomic people may not be able to sometimes take diverse food diets, but then staple food like rice, anyway it is being given through the PDS, so it is one of the best method to, in fact, combat the micronutrient deficiency. So even vitamin A fortification studies had shown that it increased vitamin A stores. It was more done on especially the pregnant women, and it showed that there was the impact was there, and the vitamin A levels also has increased. Now, these are few studies that I'm trying to show directly to you. This is on the zinc fortified rice. It was done in Pakistan. Then we have another study. All these studies you can find, all these studies showed that zinc intake was, it was cost effective. All these things I had already mentioned, but I'm just showing it directly to you. This study is very interesting, which shows that the vitamin A fortified rice on the gut microbiota of the lactating women and the exclusively breastfed infants. So it showed that there was change in the gut microbiota also of mothers and infants, and also increased beneficial bacteria And the potential prebiotic effect of vitamin A fortified rice was also seen. I've just taken few studies for you to see. So this is multi-micronutrient fortified rice. That is what is right now, found is being supplied in India. So another study, the hemoglobin level increased and anemia prevalence dropped. This is again a nutrient which showed that it improved cognitive functions, especially in working memory and attention, and different formulation more effective for different cognitive domains. And it is proven to be a potential to address iron and zinc deficits affecting the cognitive development. Yet another study shows that these are all studies by multiple micronutrients, that it increases physical performance and endurance. So rice fortification has emerged as a powerful to address the micronutrient deficiency, and it is a sustainable, cost-effective, and scalable approach. And right now, as part of the United Nations project in Kerala, we have been doing a study on efficacy across Kerala from Wayanad to Trivandrum, that is from the northern Kerala to the southern Kerala. We have taken samples from every districts. So what we have done is, this rice is being distributed through PDS and also in Anganwadis. So we have compared the the experimental group. We consider those who have been consuming it as an experimental group, and the control group are those who don't consume fortified rice. And we did and it was found that they showed remarkable differences after a particular period. Maybe not, you don't have to wait for 1 year or something. In 6 months itself, most of the changes and the deficiency disease symptoms are also in naked eye also you can see the differences. So this is basic idea of fortification. I just want to share one video also with you. Is the video can you see the video?
Yeah, yes.
Yes,
Yes.
नमस्कार, राइस फोर्टिफिकेशन के ट्रेनिंग वीडियो में आपका
1 second, I'll take, there's another version. This is the Hindi one. I'll take another one. Wait.
नमस्कार, फोर्टिफिकेशन के ट्रेनिंग वीडियो में आपका जो राइस मिल्स के सुपरवाइजरी स्टाफ के लिए बनाया गया है। आज हम डिस्कस करेंगे कि राइस फोर्टिफिकेशन क्या है और क्यों इसकी जरूरत है। फोर्टिफाइड चावल का एक ऑथराइज्ड राइस मिलर बनने के लिए क्या आवश्यक कदम है और फोर्टिफाइड के लिए जरूरी गाइडलाइंस क्या है। चलिए पहले समझते हैं कि राइस फोर्टिफिकेशन क्या है और इसकी जरूरत क्यों है। हमारे देश के लोगों की डाइट में माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट की कमी की गंभीर समस्या है। अनीमिया यानी खून की कमी काफी खासतौर से औरतों और बच्चों में। राइस फोर्टिफिकेशन एक प्रोसेस है जिससे कुछ जरूरी माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स जैसे आयरन, विटामिन B12 और फॉलिक एसिड को चावल के दानों में मिला। हमारे देश में अधिकतर लोग चावल खाते हैं और इसलिए फोर्टिफाइड राइस के माध्यम से देश के लोगों में माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स की कमी और अनीमिया जैसी हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम्स का निवारण बड़ी आसानी से किया जा सकता है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने स्वाधीनता दिवस की स्पीच में का ऐलान किया, जिसके अनुसार सभी मौजूदा सोशल सेफ्टी नेट प्रोग्राम्स के माध्यम से जरूरतमंद लोगों को 2024 तक फोर्टिफाइड चावल उपलब्ध कराया जाएगा।
सरकार अपनी अलग अलग योजनाओं के तहत जो चावल
ब्लेंडिंग सिस्टम लगाना होगा। कई प्रकार के होते हैं जैसे कंटिन्यूस ड्रम ब्लेंडर, पैडल ब्लेंडर, ट्विन शॉक ब्लेंडर, जिगजैग ब्लेंडर, हेक्सागोनल और ऑक्टागोनल ब्लेंडर। एक ब्लेंडिंग यूनिट में हॉपर, लिड और वाइब्रेटरी या स्क्रू टाइप डोजिफायर होना चाहिए। इस बात का हमें ध्यान रखना है कि ब्लेंडर FRK और कच्चे चावल के दानों को डैमेज ना करे। इसके अलावा फॉर्टिफिकेशन के लिए अपने मौजूदा सिलिंड्रिकल ग्रेडर को मॉडिफाई कर रोटेटरी ब्लेंडर बना सकते हैं। ब्लेंडिंग सिस्टम के डोजिफायर में एक कंट्रोल सिस्टम होना चाहिए जो FRK और रेगुलर राइस की फीडिंग के रेट को रेगुलेट कर सके। यह रेट मैन्युफैक्चरर द्वारा निर्देशित रेट के हिसाब से फिक्स किया जाना चाहिए। सभी फूड कॉन्टैक्ट पार्ट्स SS 304 के होने चाहिए और BIS स्टैंडर्ड्स के अनुसार होने चाहिए। ब्लेंडिंग यूनिट में एक मिक्सर भी होना चाहिए जिसमें प्रोसेस के मापदंडों के कंट्रोल के लिए LCD, LED, HMI स्क्रीन होनी चाहिए।
सही FRK की खरीद। राइस मिलर्स FRK की खरीद डायरेक्ट किसी भी FSSAI ऑथराइज्ड FRK सप्लायर से कर सकते हैं। देश में एम्पैनल्ड हर प्रदेश में खरीद का प्रोसेस अलग हो सकता है, ऑफिशियल टेंडर के माध्यम से या फिर राइस मिलर्स के कंसोर्टियम के माध्यम से। FRK का शेल्फ लाइफ 12 महीने तक सीमित है, इसीलिए राइस मिलर्स को FRK की खरीद सिर्फ रिक्वायरमेंट अनुसार करनी चाहिए। सीजन से पहले एडवांस में स्टॉक नहीं करना चाहिए। खरीद के समय याद रखें कि FRK सप्लायर आपको एक वैलिड सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ एनालिसिस देते हैं जो एक ऑथराइज्ड FSSAI नोटिफाइड लैबोरेटरी से हो, जिसने FSSAI की FRK के लिए प्रोफिशिएंसी टेस्ट क्लियर किया। हमारी सलाह यह है कि आप FRK की क्वालिटी की खुद भी किसी ऑथराइज्ड फूड लैब से जांच करा लें। ऐसी ऑथराइज्ड फूड लैब्स की लिस्ट आप FSSAI की वेबसाइट से ले सकते हैं। FRK का स्टॉक रिसीव करने के बाद FRK के सभी डिटेल्स को रिकॉर्ड करना चाहिए, जैसे बैच नंबर, डेट ऑफ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, बेस्ट बिफोर, क्वांटिटी इत्यादि। प्रोडक्शन गाइडलाइंस।
So I'm going into the production guidelines. So main idea was to show you the equipments. Now I'll share one more.
சீமா எங்க போயிட்டு இருக்க? அரிசி வாங்க போயிட்டு இருக்கேன். சாதாரண அரிசிக்கு பதிலா செறிவூட்டப்பட்ட அரிசி வாங்கணும். ஞாபகம் இருக்குல்ல? ஞாபகம் இருக்கு. ஆனா அதனால என்ன பயன் கிடைக்கும் அது மறந்துட்டேனே. இது ரொம்ப முக்கியமான விஷயம். நம்ம தினசரி சாப்பிடுற உணவுல நமக்கு தேவையான நுண்ணூட்ட சத்து, அதாவது அயன், ஃபோலிக் ஆசிட் மற்றும் இருக்கிறது இல்ல. ஆமா, இப்போதான் ஞாபகம் வருது. செறிவூட்டப்பட்ட அரிசியில நம்ம உடலுக்கு தேவையான எல்லா நுண்ணூட்ட சத்துக்களும் கிடைக்கிறது. அது மட்டும் இல்ல, இது சாதாரண அரிசி விட ரொம்ப ஆரோக்கியமா தயாரிக்கப்படுது. சரியா சொன்ன சீமா. சரியான ஆரோக்கியமான உணவு இல்லைன்னா எனீமியா, அதாவது ரத்த சோகை, நிறைய வியாதிகள் வர வாய்ப்புண்டு. புரிஞ்சிச்சு. இனிமே ஊட்டப்பட்ட அரிசியை தான் வாங்க.
Something went wrong. So that's all. That was in Tamil. I was trying to show you what fortified rice can really help the population. So this is all. Now, if you have any doubts, you may unmute and ask me. Has government mandated? No. Government is distributing it through PDS only right now. No government can mandatorily say that you can have only this. We have the option to take any of them. Normal rice is also there. Like even iodized salt, they are not mandatory. You will get other salt also, right? Any other questions?
Thank you, ma'am. Now the session is open for questions.
Anu Ashweta, it's being streamed in the YouTube also. So I told if there are any questions in the YouTube chat box, that also they will be sharing it.
Yes, ma'am. We are checking for queries in YouTube, ma'am.
Okay.
See, there was that it cannot be used for person with sickle cell anemia, but now I can show you the order. 1 second. It is shown that the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India has shown that it is also safe for the people with sickle cell anemia. Can I share that also for? I can share that. I'm sorry, not able to share that. Yeah. Any other questions?
Is there any questions?
Is there any other question? Yeah, Renip Joy has raised a hand. Can you unmute yourself, Renip Joy?
Participants, those who have raised your hands can ask the questions.
Ma'am, is the content of iron or folic acid mentioned in the rice? I'm Edwina. I'm a registered dietitian from Bangalore. So I just wanted to know if the content of iron, folic acid will be mentioned on the label so that we can adjust it through the supplements or whatever we give.
No, actually, as I told you, as per the FSI standard, the premix is only 2%. And that 2% includes folic acid, iron, vitamin B12. So you cannot change the variations in that. So it will not be mentioned that how much percentage, all these together is only 2%. So F plus will have a F plus logo, and it will mention how much of all this premix is there. Premix totally will be 2%.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think Renit Joy has to unmute and ask. Renit Joy. Okay, and in that case, I think you can move on to the next session. It's almost 2:30.
Anu Ashweta?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for delivering such a clear, informative presentation. Your presentation on rice fortification was truly eye-opening, highlighting its vital role in combating malnutrition and addressing micronutrient deficiency in staple crop. And thank you for breaking the myth regarding the plastic rice, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for your valuable time.
Thank you. So I think the webinar can go on, and with your permission, madam, can I?
Yeah, you can leave the meet also. And I know that you're a very busy person. I think Professor Srividya has joined, and the next speaker.
Okay, so go on.
You will proceed with it. You can be in the meeting.
I'll wait for some time. I'll listen to the session.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Last but not the least, to introduce the next speaker, Professor N. Srividya, I invite Ms. Sharmila from 2nd MSc Food Science and Nutrition.
Good afternoon, everyone. With great respect and admiration, it is my honor and privilege to introduce our chief guest. Professor N. Srividya is a distinguished academic in the field of food science and nutrition. She completed her bachelor's in home science and master's in food science and nutrition from Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, where she was awarded gold medals for her exceptional performance. Professor Srividya qualified for the UGC NET research and fellowships and has over 25 years of teaching and research experience at Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. She has guided 6 PhD candidates and supervised 34 MSc projects. Her areas of expertise are vast, spanning nutrient and nutraceutical profiling of indigenous food crops such as Indian pigmented varieties and microgreens, food bioprocesses and food fortification to combat micronutrient malnutrition, nutritional biology of diabetes, therapeutic and post-harvest applications of aloe vera and chitosan biopolymers, and the development of functional food technologies. Her research excellence is reflected in her extensive publications with over 50 articles in international peer-reviewed journals, full paper proceedings, and book chapters. Her work has received more than 1089 citations with an H index of 13 and an I-10 index of 16. Professor Srividya's contributions to research have been recognized and numerous awards, including the prestigious Sai Krishna Award for Excellence in Research and the Science for the Best Researcher Award by Scifax Information and Analytics Private Limited, India. In addition to her research, Professor Srividya has delivered over 20 invited talks at national and international conferences, showcasing her expertise on global platforms. She has successfully completed 3 research projects and is actively involved in ongoing research funded by reputable agencies like CSIR. Beyond her research, Professor Srividya serves as a reviewer and editorial board member for several international peer-reviewed scientific journals, contributing her knowledge and expertise to further advance the field of food science. We are truly fortunate to have such a distinguished and inspiring speaker with us today. Please join with me in extending a warm welcome to Professor N. Srividya. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sharmila, for a very sweet introduction. I extend my most loving thanks to.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, yeah, Professor. Thank you for joining, Professor, and I think you can start, you can share.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. So, thank you, ma'am. My screen is visible?
No,
Not
ma'am,
yet.
your presentation is not visible.
Oh, okay. 1 minute, I'll just check my. Even now, it's not visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, we cannot see the slides.
I've given share, but it's getting stuck. Okay. Sorry. Sorry, it's not coming, so I'm just download and then present it. I'll have to rejoin. Is it coming now?
Ma'am, you're audible and visible, but the slides.
Slides are not coming, right? I don't know.
Yes. Hello, Ashweta.
Yes, ma'am.
Slides are not visible, no, for ma'am?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have selected in my thing, but somehow I don't know why it's.
Ma'am, can you share your PowerPoint to us so that we can project from here? Can you share from here? Please unmute, ma'am. Anu Ashweta, can that be done?
Yes, ma'am.
Anu Ashweta, just ask, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Whether
Ma'am, I request you to send the presentation to the mail.
I will.
I've shared it through my WhatsApp if you don't mind.
Yes, I got it. It's downloaded.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Extremely sorry for the delay.
No problem. Download ಆಯ್ತು. Yeah, we will share it, ma'am.
Yes. Okay.
It's just downloading. One second.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you share the presentation to the mail, ma'am, so we can present from here?
Oh, you want it in mail?
No, ma'am. I'm asking Kalpana.
Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I've shared it through mail also. See if I hope you get it.
Anu Ashwata, I have shared it to you.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, which mail ID, ma'am?
No, I shared in the group WhatsApp.
Okay, ma'am.
Can you share it from your mobile?
Yes, ma'am. We are sharing.
That can be done.
Yes, ma'am. We kindly request the participant to spare a moment. We are downloading the presentation. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, I'm able to see. I hope all the audience are also able to see.
Yeah, I was.
Okay, thank you. So,
Email.
shall I start then? Or,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, if you could put in slideshow more, ma, and when I to shift it, you'll have to shift it for me next. Huh? Yeah, shall I start, Dr. Professor Kalpana?
Yeah, hope the slides are visible to all of them.
Yeah, okay, please. Can we put in slideshow mode? Is it possible, child?
Anu, Shweta, put it in
Shweta?
slideshow mode.
Not next slide, ma. Slideshow mode. Go to the first slide.
Yeah.
Yeah, there. We could go back to the first slide if possible. Okay, offering my pranams at the lotus feet of our founder chancellor, Bhagwan Shri Satsai Baba. Dearmost Madam Kalpana, Professor and Head of the Department of Nutrition Science, an esteemed university, and all other elder faculty over here, many of them whom I know personally. It is really a wonderful opportunity for me and a very happy one to be interacting on occasion of the National Nutrition Month or the Poshan Ma. And I'm very grateful to Madam for giving me this opportunity to interact with a lively audience of both students and faculty and staff of food science and nutrition. I have, of course, taken one of the last talks, and I'm taken it as a very simple but interesting one, I hope. So today my topic is on rediscovering our Indian traditional practices and how it can continue to maintain our everyday nutrition and how it should be contributing to our everyday nutrition. So what are our core principles of our traditional dietary practices, especially in India? First is, of course, we have the Ayurvedic principles. There are very many. The one amongst is the concept of doshas, that our body is made up of different doshas. And the foods also are kind of mirror these doshas and they help us to balance them. So that's why pathya or food was the first, this resource or the aspect which people, even that Ayurvedic physician used to cater to kind of control the diseases and maintain health. First was maintenance of health, preservation of health. And we also have a very holistic approach in the sense that we focus on integrating our diet practices into our lifestyle and well-being. And the third most important was our food is very regional. We always used to try and stick to the regional diets and also seasonal diet. Seasonally, what was, of course, now mangoes are now available throughout the season, but we know which season it belonged to, and then we used to create a culinary practices, our foods and our dishes based on these. So these were there are benefits of consuming these seasonal foods or fruits and vegetables and other crops as per their season, so that because the geographical conditions are most pertinent at that point of time, and it is going to give the maximum nutrition to that and through them to us. So that was these were some of the cardinal principles of our Indian traditional practices. Thought I would enumerate them here. And now from this, I have picked up some, next slide please, 9 examples from this. And I would like to kind of initiate on these and expand on them.
Is the slide moving?
I can't see the slide moving. I think it should go to slideshow mode, madam. Then only it will happen.
Yeah, that's what. I don't know.
Right now, slideshow mode first. She has not put it on slideshow mode.
If you are sharing from your mobile, email. Shweta?
Is the second slide visible, ma'am, to all of you?
Yeah, second slide. It is in second.
Okay, it was in second slide. Okay. Or if she can shift to the third slide also, no problem. Next slide.
The slide is not moving. That's what I'm telling you. Anu? Yes.
No, before this, one more slide before this, child. They have skipped one slide. Can you go back to third slide? Yeah, yes. Thank you. Yeah, so I just wanted to today's talk cover some 9 points which I have selected, including the traditional dietary practices of few aspects, such as fasting, the use of ghee or the clarified butter, fermented foods, and enhancing the vitamin C content of our diet, how it was integral to our dietary practices. Then I would also touch upon few seasonal food habits which are used to enhance our nutrition, and some of the supportive approaches which our traditional dietary practices were following. The next slide, please. So fasting is not a new thing to anybody here. It's an integral part of the Indian culture across various practices like Ekadashi fasting, Navaratri, Ramadan fasting, and many other religions also fast. Jain, Christian, every faith has fasting periods and fasting rituals which are followed. So this gave the digestive system a break. It helped to detox and promote the spiritual discipline as well. So Ayurvedic practices also often recommended occasional fasting as a way to rejuvenate and restore the balance within the body. most fasts are performed over 12 to 72 hours. And again, depending upon the health of the person and the nature of the person, this could, bodily nature or doshas of the person, this could be enhanced or reduced. So now we are hearing about intermittent fasting, the time restricted fasting, which have become popular, involving cyclic periods of fasting and feeding, fasting and eating, otherwise called as, which again range from few hours up to 8 hours to a few days at a time, which are reflection of nothing but these age-old practices. And the various studies which have been conducted on these, fasting has shown us that, there are many benefits. Next slide, please. So various benefits that it promotes good blood sugar control by reducing the insulin resistance. It promotes better health by fighting inflammation. There are so many more studies which talks about the inflammatory biomarkers and so on. It enhances the heart health by improving blood pressure, triglycerides, as well as cholesterol levels. It can boost brain function, memory, sharpness, and even may prevent even some of the neurodegenerative disorders. It is also known to aid weight loss by limiting calorie intake as well as boosting metabolism. It is known to increase our growth hormone secretion, which is vital for growth, metabolism, as well as muscle strength. It is known to extend longevity. This is one of the very well-known, very ancient practice which people have been following for increasing longevity. Because all of you would have come across many studies which told about restricted calories and or calorie restricted diets and how it is linked to longevity. There are a lot of studies available. And it is also known to that it may help or aid in cancer prevention or even in faster remission of cancer wherever it is feasible to do it. So effectiveness of even chemotherapy have been found by studies that by fasting and chemotherapy can somewhere help if it is nicely put together without affecting the other aspects of the patient. Next slide, please. So these are one or two couple of studies which I have just shown. This is a recent review in Annual Review of Nutrition, wherein they have mentioned about the cardiometabolic benefits of intermittent fasting, which is one form of fasting. Of course, here they have clubbed alternate day fasting with time restricted eating or time restricted fasting, whichever way you want to tell it. So it has produced mild to moderate weight loss and consistent reduction in energy intake, so that it helps in having a better cardiometabolic outcome. Next slide, please. In fact, it is now being promoted as a diet therapy under the supervision of a dietitian. This is a chapter very recently, this year beginning, we have published this. We found that time-restricted eating is very useful to combat obesity, especially metabolic syndrome, because metabolic syndrome is a wide spectrum of metabolic disorder and which is subsequently definitely leads to type 2 diabetes especially. So the starting point is somewhere like, insulin resistance, which causes obesity, or obesity causing insulin resistance, and therefore progressing towards type 2 diabetes. So in our analysis or of our systematic review, which we carried out, we found that this was even better. It was more amenable to be adapted by the patients for rather than the conventional strict calorie restriction or the fast interpreted longer hours. So this time restricted eating is expected to be a more simpler approach or a chrononutrition based upon the timings of your awakening and sleeping. This strategy involves the consumption of the usual meals without particular calorie restriction within a consistent 8 to 10 hour window period or a daily window period of eating. So wherein which is the active phase of the circadian cycle is also kept in mind. So aligning the feeding and the fasting cycle with the light and dark circadian rhythm has been found to normalize the metabolic disturbances, including obesity-related primary and secondary outcomes. Depending on the start time of the window or eating window, the time-restricted eating could be classified into early time-restricted eating, that is after 8 a.m., normal time-restricted eating, that is 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. when you start your eating period at that time, and delayed time restricted eating, when you start your eating cycle in a day after, the short term and long term effects we have tried to analyze how it is, and we found that these both short and long term effects of different TRE types, whether it is early or normal or late, on obesity related primary have been good. So any type it can be followed. So this is both the ancient and modern perspective on fasting and its benefit to our overall health and well-being and good nutrition. Coming to the next slide, please. So the next aspect which I want to talk on is ghee or clarified butter. It is a staple Indian traditional ingredient, cooking ingredient or food, and is considered healthy in moderation. Okay, so it is one of the healthiest fats in the Indian cuisine, especially in vegetarian meals and vegan meals. This will become in vegetarian meals. This will become an important aspect. So health benefits of ghee, most of you may already know, but I will just spell it out here. Or it is rich in omega-3 fatty acids, vitamins A, D, E, and K, of course, the fat-soluble vitamins. And because of all this, is known to support the brain function. It is one of the Medhya Rasayanas. Medhya Rasayanas are the mind-boosting tonics advocated by Ayurveda, and you will find that invariably ghee will be the carrier, because that kind of enhances the potency of these Medhya Rasayanas or the brain-boosting tonics. And it also helps to maintain cellular function as growth. And these omega-3 fatty acids help in boosting metabolism as well as energy levels. Especially in children, these are found to be very useful. That is why even the earlier feeds which are given are always added, a drop of or a teaspoon of ghee is added to that. Next slide, please. So ghee also has been known to lower the glycemic load of the meal and help blood glucose levels, because in our traditional practice, if you see the first thing on a heap of rice or a hot is we add 1 teaspoon. We don't put, you see they'll always give you liquid ghee, and that liquid ghee they just pour it over the food. And what happens is the fat is finding a small layer, a thin layer over the carbohydrate. So when you eat a food or on dal or everything, any of the carbohydrate rich food which you may be consuming, what happens is automatically the fat which is layering over the carbohydrate portion, it will impede the enzymes from attacking easily. Okay. Like amylase or such things, which has to attack on amylose to release the sugars. That will not happen so easily. It will delay or impede the attack, and therefore it will inhibit the digestive process or complete utilization of the sugar or the glucose present in there. So that was a very simple technique which is used. Then ghee improves gut health by aiding us with digestive enzymes. So it will, it improves your salivation. So when there is a salivation, there is a good digestion also happening. It is known to be antioxidant rich, and it is known to give our body immunity a much needed boost. That's why many of these Ayurvedic herbs, or even at home, something we always kind of try to mix it with ghee or honey and then have it. So ghee also eliminates or helps in elimination of the free radicals that are formed in the body, which are the reason for oxidation in the body. Ghee is also known to contain, being from a milk source, cow's milk source, be a good source of vitamin K2. K2 has come up a lot in the nutritional ground or information circle, that we just need calcium and vitamin D for absorption. The earlier that was the thing, that these two combinations are good enough for us for bone health and support and preventing osteoporosis. But now we know very sure that it's not like that. We need magnesium, and we also need vitamin. And which form of vitamin? Vitamin K, and especially vitamin K2, which is again present in milk and in ghee. So which helps the bones to absorb the calcium better and helps in improving the bone density, thus alleviating joint pain and preventing or at least reducing the chances of getting osteoporosis. Ghee also keeps our skins very hydrated and provides a healthy glow to our body and the other rest of the face, etc. skin. Next slide, please. So this is one of the studies where they had reported in lipid health diseases that, conjugated lipid acid is also one of the fatty acid present in milk fats and animal fats, and especially also in ghee. So this increases is known, it has been reported, this report is the first of its kind in, of course, way 2013, which has shown the antioxidant and anti-atherogenic properties of the high CLA enriched ghee, suggesting that the ghee variety or ghee containing high amount of the CLA can be used as a potential food for decreasing the risk of cardiovascular diseases. When most of us have been told to not even touch ghee, having an impact on cardiometabolic outcomes. Okay. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to present you the other perspective of ghee. Now coming to the next one, I think you have jumped one. Next way now in the past couple of decades, or even especially the last decade, come back. Why? Because we are now looking everything from gut health point of view. Gut health is now known to even gut. Earlier, it was only gut health, generally with gut and our general health or gut health. It started with, then we knew that, okay, it is having an impact on all the other aspects of our bodily organs. And now we have gut-brain axis. So now everything is related to gut health. And this was very much known earlier in our probably in our traditional food practices. That's why always they used to have something before digestive, after digestives. We all have a big, I don't know if any other culture, to my knowledge, I don't know, we have mukwas. In the name of mukwas, we have many digestives. Of course, unfortunately, they're coating it with sugar and keeping it in all the restaurants. We should, as nutritionists, we should kind of raise a voice against that keep it in its natural form. Because, somph or jeera powder or a jeera powder added or hing added in our glass of buttermilk after a food, and pan or betel leaves, all these were focused on how to improve digestion and improve the gut health. Because unless the digestion is proper, the proper nutrients won't reach the colon. See, our digestion happens in the small intestine, and then the remaining goes to the colon. The proper food, digested food should go to the colon, such that the microorganism can act on them and then can give us the benefits through the short chain fatty acids that they produce, which are now being popularly called as postbiotics. So we talked about a lot about prebiotics, probiotics, which are the microorganisms. Now they are talking a lot about postbiotics. So that is where our idli dosa also may come into benefit, because prebiotics means our, one classical example is our payasadam or sadhya or saddannam or pakala in Odisha, they call it. These are all very popular. See, there are two things. One is the old rice is kept overnight and then in water, and then they add little salt and they also add buttermilk. Now, buttermilk is again another source of probiotic microorganisms, beneficial lactic acid bacteria. So what is happening? We are just adding one dose into the other, and then we are giving it in the morning, which reduces the heat and the acidity of the body, and then sets in good digestion, feeds you a good dose of microorganism inside your gut. So that was purely a fermented food or a active fermented food or probiotic food. And then it comes to idli or dosa, they are fermented, but then we do heat them or steam them. Then still how they may be useful is because of the postbiotics the microorganisms have already produced in them. Those are the form of mainly the short chain fatty acids, butyric acid, acetic acid, and so on. But nowadays people are even discovered just recently when I had an opportunity to attend the FSN 2024 at Milan, Italy. There were a full session on this gut health and about fermented foods, how they may be helping. And people are even looking at a number of other postbiotics. It is going to, is producing, and they're, I saw the question, how stable? I am not at all talking about stability of bacteria in the after cooking. I myself told you that after cooking, after steaming and cooking, the bacteria are not going to be alive. But the postbiotics are going to be alive. That means they are going to be active. the postbiotics something as acid. They are not going to die during your steaming or cooking. They are going to be produced or even released. And that is where now we need to do our studies on our own traditional foods and then see how much of these are present. What are the conditions which will improve the production of this postbiotics during fermentation, ideal conditions, and then during our traditional cooking, how much of these postbiotics are going to get retained and how beneficial we can make it. I think that is the ball is in our hands now, okay, in our this thing side. So we have to do the work on that. But logically speaking, that is what it is. Why it could be benefiting or why it could benefit is the concept of postbiotics, which is coming up in a very big way. There, people are working out and identifying hundreds of postbiotic compounds, not just the 3 or 4 short chain fatty acids which we have been talking about. And then, of course, we have the fermented pickles. Even in our Indian, in different parts of the country, we know we use lemon. The salted lemon is brine pickled, which will definitely have, because we are not putting any oil into it or anything like that. So it has a lot of fermented pickles. And then we have down in East, there are so many of these kind of fermented pickles, which are a good source of microorganisms. So those can be also be advantageously used. And even in Tamil Nadu and maybe in Kerala, we have Narthangai, which is again a salt pickle, which is a very good source of these things. Even during fever, we can safely give them. Then they can set the stomach and then set our tongue taste also, and then it can be beneficial microbially also. Then these all, what is the main thing? They enhance the digestion, strengthen the immune system, and improve the mental health by improving or influencing the gut-brain axis. So this is where something we can try to explore and see how best we can use it. I have just mentioned few fermented foods. In Indian scenario. We have hundreds of fermented foods which we can explore and use it and integrate it back into our daily food habits. Next slide, please. So, of course, I'm sure there are hundreds of reviews which will be available how fermented foods are useful as probiotics, just for the reference for the students. This is one I have told you, but there are many more written reviews and more recent reviews which you can go through, which will tell you all the numbers of the lactic acid bacteria and other bacteria. And there are some species of yeast also which are useful, like Saccharomyces boulardii. They are very useful. So there are certain kinds of foods which will help to develop them. So it is also important that we take different kinds of fermented foods. It's not just one type. It should be a leafy origin or from a fruit, from a cereal, from pulse-based. So it is good because then each will give its own diversity of microorganisms. Just as we say, take a rainbow of fruits, we should also take a variety of microorganism, and that can happen only when the basic crop changes. If you take, instead of excuse me, rice, if you take ragi ambali, what will happen? Ragi is millet, so it's a finger millet, so it will give its own different kind of microorganisms. So see, diversity of our age-old nutrition, as nutritionists, as food and nutrition, how we used to say, have a balanced diet, have a variety diet. That same thing holds good. Only thing is we have to apply it under every aspect or every kind of food. It's not mono, just as in the agriculture has gone into monoculture, we are now only eating noodles, Coke, pizza. Noodle, Coke, pizza, burger maybe. That's it. Let's not go into monoculture. Let us enjoy all the cultures, but let's eat the food that our body was built upon and would like to we would like you to have it. Now don't say I started eating noodles from my childhood, so I will like to build my body on noodles. Your body will not be built at all. It will become wobbly and slippery like noodles. Okay? So we have to be careful about that. Coming to the next point. Next slide, please. So these are very simple points which I am saying, but we have to think. I'm sure many more of the audience here, the students, will come up with many more examples, and I hope they send to the organizers. There's many more examples, so we can have a compilation of these ideas, how we can quickly pick up on our age-old and established practices. So how we were introducing vitamin C, did we at that time when we knew? We looked at the color, we looked at the flavor, we looked at the taste, and we brought together certain things. But usually, the nature is such that when we do it in the right way, you will always get additional benefit. So a simple way how we were enhancing our iron content and vitamin C is by adding in all the traditional Maharashtrian or Madhya Pradesh or even down in South, we have this poha, atkulu upma or aval upma, everything. We generally make it with the rice flakes, which are supposed to be produced in iron, utensils and so on. So it will have a lot of iron. Now it is how do we enhance its intake? Okay, so we are not mostly this is a vegetarian food. So of course they add groundnuts in it. Groundnuts is a source of protein. Protein helps in iron absorption. Okay, is that enough? And it is also compensating a kind of substituting the carbohydrate source or the carbohydrate part of the food that is there. But when we squeeze in the lemon and have a green chili, both green chili and lemon are good source of vitamin C, very good source of vitamin C. So when you have it along with these, their absorption increases double fold or triple fold for that matter. So this is a simple trick or tip we use. And many of our dishes, we know in the end, we try to squeeze in a little bit of lemon, most of us. And that really helps too, because in enhancing whatever iron we have. So this becomes a very important approach for a person with having a vegetarian diet, because we don't have heme iron. We have only the non-heme iron, which has lot of which needs lot of encouragement to be absorbed or taken into our body. Next slide, please. So here also, I believe in Odia meal, it always is accompanied by lemon and green chili. Okay, so these are some things, they try to use it along with the greens or other, preparations which they have. Then along with upma also, some of us, or khichdi, we have this lemon juice, we add it towards the end. And then of course, even pav bhaji, though it's not a very perfectly healthy, but I feel it's still better. You have a good bhaji of, all the vegetables, and then you're going to squeeze in a lot of lemon on that. It's trying to make it healthier and, getting the iron more better. So this is one simple tip I wanted to say. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now coming to the seasonal foods. See, did we have the same food and the same cyclic menu throughout the year? No. It was not only just that it should not become boring, but it had a purpose. For example, sesame laddu or chimili, I think we call it in coastal Andhra, and tilgud in north. So this til laddu or ellu urundai, as we call it in Tamil Nadu, they are traditional Indian sweet balls, and they are started. You start giving it specifically during the winter season. So there was always, for every season, there was some kind of preparation that was there. So this is made with sesame ghee and some maybe cardamom to enhance the flavor and good. So what was it that it was going to provide you with heat in the body, which is needed during the winter season? That was the basic concept with which it was started, and it gives you more iron. You tend to get fatigued more easily during the winters when you're. So when you have this, it is going to boost your iron in your body. So it will help you in overcoming fatigue. It gives you more energy, more stamina. So that is how they introduced it. So of course, the health benefits of sesame, there are many. Like for example, they are helpful in lowering cholesterol, and they are having, because the type of the fat they have is different. Okay. Then sesame seeds are high in fiber, and therefore they could help in digestive disorders. It could reduce obesity. It could even be helpful in diabetes. Next slide, please. And even the til laddus are very helpful or high in magnesium, which means that they are good for the heart by lowering the blood pressure. Additionally, it also is a good source of vitamin E and other antioxidants, and therefore it prevents the buildup of the plaque inside your arteries. And sesame seeds are also high in two of the amino acids, like many seeds also, methionine and cysteine, which are not very much found in even in legumes, not in high quantity in legumes. So that is why we should have all the seeds, legumes, and our cereals should be there in the diet all together. Sesame seeds are rich in magnesium, as I already told you, and also calcium and zinc, because these are all very useful for the development of bone. And they are full of vitamin B, E, because it has a lot of fat. So fat soluble vitamins also will be there. And we have other things like selenium, etc., which boosts your immunity again. Then it is also strengthens skins and muscles. Sorry for the spelling mistakes. And it also reduces premature aging. Sesame seeds. That's also a very good thing about it. And it can be used, of course, nowadays people are even using it on all the salads and all. Even in Asian countries, you will see most of their salads and their dishes will have a lot of sesame seeds added to them. Next slide, please. I think somebody wanted to see the thing. We'll come back to that later, ma'am. Next slide, please. Our next interesting one is Panakam. I think the moment we think of Panakam, our salivation starts in our mouth, because in Andhra we have Vadapappu Panakam. I'm sure it has in Karnataka also they have this, and Panakam is common across many parts of India, especially southern India. Again, because it is usually comes in the month of April, this season, this particular festival, and it is basically it was a natural sunstroke avoiding strategy. Okay, somebody is going to say drink water, nobody is going to do. Make it into an interesting nice drink and say no, it's prasadam, please have it. Then people will definitely have a little bit of drink, and that is like a shot. Now how we call of different types of shots. So this soaked green gram is a very strength giving food, and it's no oil, nothing in that. Okay, and Panakam helps to combat the sunstroke during the harsh summers of southern India, especially. And it's a simple, refreshing steam. What it is made from jaggery, those of dry ginger powder and black pepper, cardamom, and sometimes some of them may add basil leaves, or some of them may add even neem leaves to it. Again, all that is only going to add to the antioxidant potential and other energy health benefit of it. So, jaggery is it's a raw carbohydrate. So it is a very good source for electrolytes. So this whole decoction, it is like an antidote for dehydration. It acts as a natural ORS to combat the dehydration and thing. So wherever there is excessive sweating happening and we are losing body fluids and so all, this comes as very handy, and along with that diluted buttermilk, these could be kept for children to have it. And even dry ginger has other properties like gastric calming properties, etc. It has, and digestive properties it has. And according to Ayurveda, the components of these panakam are such that it will help to balance or bring to a good state all the three types of doshas which a body has, vata, pitta, and kapha. It can kind of balance and bring it to one condition or in the good level. Thank you. Next slide, please. So I just gave you two examples of seasonal foods. I'm sure across different regions and religions, there will be so many things. That is something one person, one MSc project can be taken and put all those things and why, what, how, where, and so on. Another interesting point with our Indian traditional practice is not that we did not depend only on food per se to bring in nutrition or health to our body. We use the adjunct items along with around the food also as a source of energy or nutrition or health. So I just thought I will add some more points on that. How? So first one, here we are, I've just called it as an antioxidant boost. Of course, the thing has already been shown. Otherwise, I would have asked if anybody thought of this. Tirtham, which we call it in temples, of course, everybody. So what was the thing? Whether any religion, first thing is they will get up or have oblations, morning oblations, and go and see. Because in those days, in every corner of the village, there will be a temple. So morning, all of us used to go to the temple and go circumambulate and then take the energy that is trapped in the temple or in the holy place of worship, whatever may it be. And then we used to gather that energy and then we used to go and take some tirtham, okay? Tirtham or holy water, whatever it may be. So what is it? Usually they are contained, this tirtham or something is contained in a particular vessel. So it is usually silver or copper or brass. We don't put it in stainless steel or mud or something. You've never seen it. Why? Because those metals are special. So we need to have them in small quantities. And how to mass distribute this rather than by this beautiful method after consecrating in front of God and having added the mantra shakti to it. So what we do, it is this copper, brass, silver, they are firstly known to decrease the heat of the body. So if you see, there are so many nowadays, people are selling, alkaline water. Such expensive, if you look at the types of alkaline waters that are coming, and they are so expensive. And we are getting it there, morning, a good immunity shot, just freely as you go and get. And these metals also help the body to absorb the essential salts and nutrients, other essential salts and nutrients. Because many of these are coenzymes. These metals act as coenzymes. Okay, so they will help in utilizing the other nutrients and macronutrients. These, for example, copper, it also has other benefits, like it has the ability to kill the bacteria and viruses in water. Not only in water, when you're taking it in, it will also help it, act a similar effect when you drink the copper enriched water. So now, if Tata is getting, they are having copper enriched water in the bottled form. Okay, so these are all nothing but inspirations which were taken from our traditional practices. And these tirthams also generally contain other ingredients like tulsi leaves. All of you know tulsi leaves are there. Some people add cardamom, some add cloves, some add the edible camphor is added. So all this enhances your internal health issues and health properties. Next slide, please. So, for example, if it is basil leaf tirtham, along with the whichever utensil you are having, it will have the benefit, because water is the vehicle here. It is taking in the goodness or the beneficial properties of silver and copper and everything. And then we add something. How do we hand it over? We don't want to touch in those days. So if there is a copper spoon, then it also imbue it with. So nowadays we have so many infused waters in the available, right, in the market. So this was the first ever infused water which we had, tulsi infused water. And acts as a tonic, because they'll act as a tonic, an antioxidant tonic or an immunity boosting tonic against fever, cough, cold, sore throat. Now I should be having one. Respiratory disorders, mouth infections, insect bites, and so many things and along with sharpening your memory, making you active or alert, because it may also act as a nerve tonic. Similarly, the cardamom cloves or the camphor is very well known to detoxify the body, again control cold, flu, blood pressure, etc. It acts as an anti-inflammatory, and some of them will help to relieve tooth pains if you have, and nervous disorders, etc. So all these additional benefits are also added. So this is one example I wanted to give. Next slide, please. Okay. Then next is the use of silver tableware, which was there, in many of the practices. We use, not that everything has to be silver, but certain things like the glass in which you drink milk or offer milk to the god, and then you also take it and you extend it, or a silver spoon or silver bowl. First thing which they give to the children will be generally those. So it's not to show your opulence or something like that, but it had a greater health meaning behind it or importance behind it. So that is why silver is generally, we find silver as a precious metal which has been used to create cutlery, tableware for centuries. In fact, until the emergence of porcelain in Europe, in the middle Europe or Germany, etc., where in beginning of 18th century, silver was used to serve food and liquid for its health as well as for healing benefits. The fact is that silver is, as you all know now, it's an established fact that silver is an antiseptic metal. And that is why in many food industry also they use silver. Some silver coated or some silver nanomaterial particles are added, metals are added. So it naturally helps to improve our health, and and therefore it is even now applied in medical field. Silver is being used in medical field also. Next slide, please. So it will be a good habit maybe to have a silver spoon or a small silver tumbler to consume one particular beverage daily in that, or maybe small quantity of milk if you're having, or anything like that. So silver has its inherent antibacterial property that prevents the building up of bacterial cells, inhibits bacteria from surviving and thriving, and it does not need to be sterilized also because of its own sterilizing property. You don't have to specifically sterilize them. And it also has been known to prevent anti-inflammatory diseases and improve our metabolic system. And silver is considered the quantity which we may take in, thereby it is considered as a non-toxic substance. It does not cause cancer or any other neurological disease damage like so many other drugs or additives are doing. So that way, it may apparently look to be costly in the beginning, but then if you are buying one spoon for the whole family and using it for a long time, then it shouldn't be a thing. It's much, much safer and less carcinogenic than other materials like plastics, synthetics, and metals like aluminium, etc., which have come and have stayed as our cookware or even our eating ware, cutlery and plateware. So that is the saddest part that we have to somehow control. And silver also has been proven to stimulate new cell growth, and thereby therefore it is found in nowadays in many other products like paint patches, in creams, and in water. As I told you, like copper water, we have silver infused waters, and even in air filters people are putting silver, so that there is especially with COVID and many other things coming up, it has becoming little popular because of its antibacterial properties, antiviral properties. So that is one thing. And the next one, of course, next slide please. The next adjuvant or supportive system which we have try to do is gold. Gold, of course, very few people use gold in diet, etc. So in Ayurveda, gold is counted amongst the best rasayanas or tonics for vitality and rejuvenation. In fact, if you know about Ayurvedic practices, 18, they used to start with the Swarna Prashna for the children. And it continues till 18 years also. And they used to give a small medicinal preparation with gold. They used to give it as a vaccination or an immunization, more than vaccination, as an immunization. So that was given as a compulsory, part of the thing. Like how we have immunization schedule, they used to follow it, or they are following now. It is getting revived, and it is done from a very, very early age of 6 months or 1 year and so on, and it goes on. So because that small dose, very minute doses are very beneficial for the heart, for the development of the brain, and it is supposed to nourish all the 7 dhatus. Okay, according to Ayurveda, there are 7 sapta dhatus. So all the tissues, 7 tissues it is. So, and it is also known to balance all the 3 doshas, nourish the eyes, maintain eyesight. It's supposed to be very good. Maintain digestive fire, detoxifying the body, etc. So Ayurveda says that Swarna promotes buddhi, that is intellect, smriti, memory, Meda, that is the grasping power, intelligence, and improves the complexion. It also has a very big importance of complexion. And so regular consumption of properly formulated can protect us from all types of aging problems and keep away from untimely, life-threatening sicknesses, maybe like cancer, etc. is what they meant. But how do we, think? But that is why people used to wear gold, rings, proper gold rings in their hands, and then because when we are eating, some amount goes into the thing, and there is also an interesting practice among. If you can go to the next slide. To continue with the way Ayurveda uses Swarna in the form of Basma or ash, it is prepared after purifying and culturing the gold in a particular format. And Varka, that means a very thin paper of gold. Okay. You can see it on expensive sweets in India or in the form of gold cultured water. Okay, see, these are the ways it can be used. In fact, nowadays I have seen YouTube videos where people are, giving gold thin leaf of gold on the hot rice at ghee. This has become a fashion for a very affordable people. Okay, and the cold culture drinking water is one of the earliest or easiest for us to follow, but still effective way to consume Swarna in our daily lives. We have to ensure that we are wearing a good or using a good gold ornament, good quality, gold ornament. In fact, this method is practiced in Jain communities even to this day. A gold bangle of the elderly person is boiled along with the drinking water and to infuse its medicinal property, and that is distributed to us, the whole family. This is how they're taking their shot of gold every day, because we need it in very, 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 very minute quantities. But that minute quantities can do the trick of giving you good health and longevity and a glowing persona or personality. Next slide, please. So this is a very recent one of the thing I thought was interesting to kind of wind up my topic. Gold nanoparticles are known to improve metabolic profile, and this has been done, of course, in mice fed a high-fat diet. Okay, so we know that obesity is a high risk for multiple metabolic disorders due to excessive influx or whatever, glucose, lipids, and low energy and activity, and so on. So low-grade inflammation is one of the key factors which progresses these metabolic disorders. So the anti-inflammatory property of these gold compounds have been used in treating rheumatoid arthritis. They have been using it, and they have found that gold nanoparticles, they have used pure gold nanoparticles. They also possess these anti-inflammatory effects on the fat tissue after they have given what about the method of injection, and by how they have also worked out the mechanism. How does it possess this anti-inflammatory effects is by down-regulating the what is known as TNF alpha factor. TNF alpha, if it is elevated, it shows that either body or the particular system is inflamed. So by showing that, so this is a kind of a recent scientific proof or evidence or studies which shows what I was talking about the health benefits of the gold particles. Okay. So this is, so this particular gold particles, they are promoting now as a potential management strategy for obesity-related glucose and lipid disorders. So can be used and so on. So this is what we have already been doing, and we have instances of how to do it and where to do it and to do it. So we can make use of our traditional practices. What I have few listed, I have only listed about 9 or so, and then really bring in good nutrition and to everyone on an everyday basis. Thank you so much all for your patient listening. Any questions? I saw a few hands going up in between the talk. Sorry, I couldn't stop and answer just to keep the flow of the topic. Now, if they want, they can really ask.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an interesting presentation. The scientific evidence that you provided clearly demonstrates that traditional Indian dietary practices are thoughtfully structured and stands on par with modern well-planned diet. And we assure you that we'll minimize the use of carcinogenic utensils.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now the session is open for questions.
Ma'am, has ma'am answered it already?
Any specific questions or queries? If I have left out, you can please.
Dr. Sunita Madan, one question is there, ma'am.
Okay. Let me see it. Is there in the chat?
Yes, ma'am.
I think one question I already answered during the talk.
The other one is just the
they want some review paper to be shown, I think. That alone you can show it, ma. And Dr. Sunita, we can get benefited with gold metal in day-to-day life. Can we immerse in water? That also I have showed you. If you use the cultured water method, then you can use it on a daily basis or weekly basis. You can start off with weekly cultured water, gold cultured water intake, and then benefit from it. And then if you feel your body is kind of adapting it very well, you can make it a little more often. You can use it. Usually what we do is we use the bangles and then we wash our clothes or wash our vessels and then wasting the water, the gold water in that. Instead, if we can do this way, we are going to take it in. Of course, as it is, we are wearing also, some things get into our body through the skin absorption mechanism also. So nowadays, why I'm telling these things is because there are a lot of kids, children over here, who don't want to wear silver or gold and thinking it's too big. See, you can wear even a small chain, like this, something gold, small chain or thing. It's because not to show off or anything, but because they have some health benefit. Why people picked up these metals like silver or gold or something to wear on the body, and they made it mandatory for us to wear, or the corals, is because they have some health benefits also. So they always saw more than one. They always saw in any of our practices, what would be the finally our effect on our health. Is it only for cosmetic purpose or beauty purpose, or it has something better to it? So our people had that insight and that broad vision that it should have more than one purpose, not one external purpose and an internal purpose.
Professor Srividya.
Saira ma'am.
Very nice informative session.
Thank you, ma'am.
Busy schedule, you made it possible. And I'm remembering in our traditional habits, we used to have food in silver plates with gold flower in the center.
Oh, okay.
So present generation.
Yeah, even I have heard it. I've heard it, correct.
Yeah, of course, people who can afford.
Afford it, yeah.
But slowly, due to many reasons, we are not doing that. And very nice, all our traditional habits. Unfortunately, we are forgetting and neglecting. And you have shown with evidence, with scientific proof, that gold and silver, these metals will give a lot of, like they work at genetics
molecular
level
yes.
to improve our health, promoting component. Sometimes may destroy the harmful factors. Wonderful session. Thank you, Srividya, for giving us a good information on our traditional ways. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Professor Andalu, very distinguished professor whom we have always known about you from Satyasai, and really very honored to have you in this meet. Thank you. Other participants, can you please mute? Yes. Anu Ashweta?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can proceed.
Yes, ma'am.
If no more questions,
Thank you,
then we can wind up. Any more questions?
Any more questions from participants?
Especially from our students. Thank you, Josephine Mary.
Anishka ma'am have asked show the paper. View paper.
Yeah. You can show it now, or you can even send it to her later. That slide, no issues.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Or you can show it. If it won't take much time, you can show it.
Okay, ma'am. I'll press in the screen.
Yeah. Quickly you can press it. Actually, that paper on iron absorption, vitamin C is a very classical paper, 1989, which I wanted the new generation to see, because now they may not, they don't go to the libraries. They may not come across this very easily.
Can you see this screen, ma'am?
Heilberg and Rosander is a very old classical paper or article. Yeah, I think she got it. Yes.
Okay.
Which told the principle of ferrous to ferric ion and those kind of things. It's a very good paper for students. Okay. Any other questions or queries?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again. We are really grateful for your time, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, all of you for a patient listening, Saira. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Now I invite Ms. Shrutiha from 2nd MSc Food Science and Nutrition to introduce Dr. M. Sylvia Supriya.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my immense pleasure to welcome Dr. M. Sylvia Subapriya, Professor, former Head of the Department in Food Science and Nutrition, Convener, Nutrition Society of India, Coimbatore Chapter, Coordinator, Dr. Rajamal P. Devdas Chair, former NSS Coordinator, Abhinashlingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore. She has been an esteemed faculty member at Abhinashlingam University for 29 years. Her focusing areas includes community nutrition, tribal nutrition, and sports nutrition. She is also a member of editorial board for international and national journals. She has guided 5 PhD scholars and guiding 8 scholars. She has received ICAR Junior Fellowship for MSc and many awards for best paper and poster presentation for various seminars. She has more than 50 publications, chapter, booklets, and research articles. We are truly privileged to have such a versatile individual with us today. I invite Dr. M. Sylvia Subapriya to give valedictory address. Over to you, ma'am, to give the valedictory address.
Is Sylvia ma'am not in the meet?
We request the participants to wait for a minute. She's experiencing a network issue.
Okay.
Yes.
Am I audible? Now I think I'm visible.
Visible and audible, Sylvia ma'am.
Audible, Amma?
Yes, you are audible.
Is the screen audible? Is she visible? Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Screen is visible?
Yes, you are visible and
No,
you
is
are
the
audible
screen
too.
visible?
Yes,
Screen is
yes.
visible? Can you see
Anu,
National
Shweta, you please
Symposium on Nutritious Diets for Everyone? Can you see that slide?
No, no, ma'am. We can't see.
You are visible. Screen is not visible.
Okay. இப்படி வருது இங்கே போகணுமா Now here? இங்க வருது. Now is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. We can see the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, it's visible.
Am I audible also?
Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
You
Okay.
are audible.
Good evening, everybody. With salutations to God Almighty, pranams to the founders of our university, Dr. T.S. Avinash Lingamaya Avargal, and the world-renowned nutritionist, Dr. Rajamal P. Devdas Amma Avargal. Pranams to Dr. T.S. Keminakshi Sundaramanna, Honorable Chancellor and Managing Trustee Avargal, and Dr. Bharati Harishankar, Honorable Vice Chancellor Avargal. I profusely thank Dr. Indu, the Honorable Registrar, who has delivered the inaugural address for this national symposium. My sincere thanks are due to Dr. Ansamani, Dean, School of Home Science, for greeting our participants. I greet and thank all the invited speakers, Professor Aruna Palta, Vice Chancellor, Hemchand Yadav University, Chhattisgarh, Professor Kiran Bains, Dean, College of Community Science, Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana, Professor Bila, Head, Department of Community Science, Kerala Agriculture University, Thiruvananthapuram, and Professor Sri Vidya, Department of Foods and Nutrition, Sri Satyasai Institute of Higher Learning, Andhra Pradesh. I record a very special thanks to the Nutrition Society of India and Dr. Rajamal P. Devdas, Chair, and the Department of Food Science and Nutrition of our institute, under whose auspices the Poshan Ma activities are conducted. My warm greetings to Dr. S. Kausalya, former registrar, professor in the department, and national committee member of IUNS, and to Dr. A. Tirumani Devi, professor and executive committee member, NSI, and all my dear colleagues in the department. My heartfelt thanks to all the delegates from all over the country. I thank the organizers of Poshan Ma 2024, Dr. Kalpana, Deputy Dean, Home Science and Head of the department, and Dr. Devi, Assistant Professor, Department of Food Science and Nutrition, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to deliver the valedictory address for the National Symposium on Nutritious Diets for Everyone. On that note, let me proceed to the next slide. So I thought I would give a kind of scintillating title to this presentation, Feeding the 144 crore, that is the current population of India, I understand. Then I made it more sober. Yes.
Ma'am, we can't see your second screen. Yes, ma'am. Now it is visible.
So if I put slideshow, it's not visible. Can you see now?
Yes, ma'am. We can see this slide.
Okay, so I made it more sober and I called it Nutritious Diet for Every Indian. That amounts to feeding the 144 crores only. Then I thought, being the valedictory address, I could deviate a little bit. You're all super saturated with scientific facts from the morning. And I thought I would make it a bit informal. So I'm going to now speak on the two Mahas of India. So that is suspense enough, I think. So the first Maha is from the state of Tamil Nadu. He is the great renowned poet, Mahakavi T. Subramanya Bharati. So he was an Indian writer. For those of us who do not know him much, he was an Indian writer, a poet, a journalist, a teacher, independent Indian independence activist, social reformer, and a polyglot. He is supposed to be the pioneer of modern Tamil poetry and the father of modern Tamil literary style. So this poet, he propounded that தனி ஒரு மனிதனுக்கு உணவில்லை எனில் இந்த ஜகத்தினை அழித்திடுவோம், which means even if one single man suffers from starvation, we will destroy the entire world. This sums up to his global vision, which incidentally is the theme of Poshanma 2024, of ensuring nutritious diets for everyone, geared towards alleviating human suffering and envisaging universal empowerment.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Again, it's not seen.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have a portrait of Mahakavi Bharati? The slide is not moving.
Okay, is it seen now?
No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, we can see the slide now.
Okay, I'll keep it here only. Okay, I was in this slide only. You would have seen this slide, right?
No.
Anushweta?
We are seeing. Just now we are seeing.
Okay, so this poet only, he said that he will destroy the whole world even if one person doesn't have enough food. So I went back to the Padal Piranda Kadai. How did the song originate? It all started with a man called Neelakandan. Shweta and Kausalya ma'am, are you able to see the slide? Others also?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
So there was a man called Neelakandan who was born in a small village called Erikkur. So story rather, but it is history, near Sirgari in Tamil Nadu. So he was called Erikkur Neelakandan. Neelakandan became closely associated with Bipin Chandrapal. These names you would have heard, the great freedom fighters, Vavu Sidambranar and Bharadiyar, and later he became a revolutionary himself. He was falsely accused in the assassination of Robert Ashe as the first accused, the district collector of Tirunelveli, and he was imprisoned for 7.5 years in Bellary. When he was released, he had nowhere to go, no food, no shelter, no job, no money. And starvation drove him to beg on the streets. After several days, he was ashamed of begging and starved for 3 continuous days. Later, he remembered that Bharatiyar was in Triplicane and he met him and asked him for money to buy food. Bharati, when he saw Neelakandan, first he was not able to recognize him. He was shocked at his appearance. And then he recognized him and embraced him and gave him food to eat. So it was in this context, moved by the plight of his friend, that Bharadiyar sang this song, meaning, even if one man should starve, we will destroy the whole world. So that is how the song came about. So we come back to our realm of food and nutrition. So coming to the present food scenario, the 2024 Global Food Policy Report reveals that over 2 billion people worldwide, especially in South Asia and Africa, cannot afford food at all, let alone healthy food. And according to a 2023 report from the FAO, 74.1% of Indians cannot afford a square meal a day, and this is much higher than the global average of 42.1. And needless to say, India doesn't meet the recommendation of consuming 400 to 500 grams of fruits and vegetables daily. Then Doctor Who has said that there is no one size fits all diet that is best for everyone, and basically we need to eat whole fruits, the traffic signal light fruits, green, yellow and red fruits, whole grains, nuts, legumes and seeds. So that is what is suggested by the great scientist. Then in the quest for the best kind of diet, we come across the Mediterranean diet, which is characterized by high consumption of vegetables and olive oil. And this lowers the odds of having a heart attack. That is what researchers feel. And later on, we come across several diets like the paleo diet, and the hunter food gatherer diet is supposed to be the best diet that many researchers have said. And WHO gives an idea of the best diets, again going to the Mediterranean diet, which is one of the healthiest eating plans because it emphasizes eating more fruits, vegetables, whole grains, beans, nuts, legumes, olive oil, mainstay, herbs and spices, and eating less of red meat, sugar, and saturated fat. Then you have the typical Japanese Okinawan diet, which is centered around fish, seafood, tofu, and other nutrient-rich ingredients, and it is low in processed foods. Underline low in processed foods, and emphasizes soy and fresh fish, which help to regulate blood sugar and digestion. WHO also recommends eating a variety of foods, including fruits, vegetables, and whole grains, and eating at least 5 portions of fruits and vegetables each day, and limiting free sugars to less than 10% of the total energy intake. So some other healthy foods are spelled out: dark green vegetables, beans, so on and so forth. So the ultimate question is, what is the cheap and best diet for a country like India, where women are resorting to the Swiggy culture and homemade food is almost extinct? So the answer lies in practicing and eating inexpensive, indigenous, easy to prepare, and foods involving or recipes involving minimum cooking and processing. So that is where we come across the next Maha person, that is Mahatma Gandhi, who is supposed to be a nutritionist par excellence, which many of us may not know. So at this point, I wish to reveal that myself and Dr. Tilakavati in the department, we did a project on Gandhian foods. And these are excerpts from what we realized from Gandhiji's experiments with truth. So according to Gandhiji, so he describes the human body as a universe in miniature. It is a temple for the spirit to live in. So the human body is a temple for the spirit to live in, and the purpose of the human body is for selfless service to fellow human beings. So this selfless service can be accomplished only when the body exists or the person exists in a state of health. And according to Gandhiji, he gives the definition: health is a prerequisite for service. And again, this definition is more wholesome compared to the WHO definition. So he says health is body ease or freedom from disease, the ability to carry out normal activities without fatigue, walk 10 to 12 miles a day with ease. I wish you to notice 10 to 12 miles a day, that is more than 10 to 12 kilometers a day, with ease. Perform ordinary physical activity without getting tired. Digest simple and ordinary food, whereby the mind and senses are in a state of complete harmony and poise. So, that is his definition of the human body, the purpose of the human body, purpose of health, and the ultimate definition of health. So, what diet pattern he proclaimed nearly 80 years ago? Can you see the slides? Are the
Yes,
slides visible?
yes.
Okay. So the diet pattern, what he proclaimed 80 years ago, is now being promoted as the ideal diet pattern. And we've kept on hearing from the morning how some of the foods which he advocated are supposed to be the right kind of foods after so much of scientific research. So he propounded the entire concept of food for healthy living and holistic development of an individual, facts and thoughts that are now being realized through scientific research decades later. According to Gandhiji, this is what he says: his ideas of an adequate diet are simple and easy to follow even for a small child. And we all know he advocated a typical vegetarian diet with the exception of goat's milk only, which was the non-vegetarian food he recommended. And his concept of diet, now we find that it fits the recommended food pyramid for health. And he has suggested liberal intake of the traffic signal light foods, that is the green, yellow, orange, and red foods. So that is the Gandhian concept of an ideal diet pattern. So here you can see some of the Gandhian foods for health. So from his explanation in word form, we have converted it into the picture form, images. So lentils and legumes, groundnuts, flaxseed, and this represents goat's milk, and fruits and vegetables, green leafy vegetables, and small amounts of spices and condiments, and again yellow, orange, and red fruits, sprouted cereals, citrus fruits, and soy milk, which he advocated. So, why we call him a nutritionist par excellence is whenever he gives a nutritional thought or a concept, he always substantiates it with scientific reasons. That too, almost 100 years earlier. So, here we can see the Gandhian food pyramid, where daily physical activity forms the base of the pyramid, and at every meal, he advocates the intake of whole grains and the method of consuming these foods also he elaborates, which we will see later. Then fruits and vegetables, legumes at every meal on a daily basis, dairy products, plant oils, and soy milk, and to be had sparingly nuts. And here you can see in the Gandhian pyramid there are no sweets which have been recorded. And daily recommendations of 6 glasses of water are given, and total abstinence from smoking and alcohol is what is suggested in the pyramid. So he also advices on how the meals should be taken. Meals should be taken at leisure. So this is what we now speak about in mindful eating. Should be taken at leisure in an unhurried manner, and all food should be well masticated, that is chewed, mixed with saliva, and chewed well into a semi-solid form before swallowing in order to facilitate easy digestion. So all this we talk now in terms of scientific research. Then regarding cereals and pulses, he has advised wheat, rice, and millets are to be eaten in the diet as far as possible in the dry form. In order, so what is the reason why he advises to eat in the dry form is to enhance salivation and mastication and facilitate proper digestion. He preferred unpolished rice and unsieved flour, and he said he has given the reason bran in these products is a source of fiber and nutrients which should prevent constipation and easy bowel movement. And he strongly recommended against the consumption of refined cereal products and baked food items such as pasta. His idea on intake of pulses, he advocated the consumption of pulses, red gram, green gram, rajma, lentil, and so on, other grams and dals, with a special reference to soya, which he said is the Cinderella crop, as we all know. It is as good as non-vegetarian foods in terms of protein content. Groundnuts, according to him, were the ideal source of protein and oils needed for the body. He also advocated flax seeds as fat burning and antioxidant food, which is beneficial to health. And then Gandhiji did not think that pulses were necessary if milk was included in the diet. So, in the context of a country like India, he suggested that either milk or pulses be used as a source of protein, especially for sedentary people, since either of these foods was enough to provide the protein. And people with adequate amount of pulses in their diet need not consume milk, and cereals and pulses could be sprouted to increase their nutritional value. And his concept of the diet, we saw, it fits the food pyramid for health. Then on fruits and vegetables, ghee and sugar. He said fruits and vegetables should be grown organically. So this is what we are revolutionizing these days and could be eaten ad libitum. He suggested that liberal amounts of fruits, seasonal varieties of fruits should be eaten raw on an empty stomach. So why on an empty stomach, especially in the early morning? The reason is it is the easiest way to add living enzymes to the digestive tract, according to him. So one should eat ripe fruits, uncooked, organically grown vegetables, sprouts, and wheat grass also, which he advocated in the daily diet. Then, according to him, as I told you earlier, milk has to be consumed only as a substitute for pulses. And we have been hearing about ghee from all the speakers from the morning. So it would be surprising for us to know that Gandhian food included calorie-dense foods such as ghee. And Gandhiji opined that consumption of small quantities of pure ghee is indeed beneficial to health. Since it was derived from milk, it was more like unsaturated fat. So these are all the reasons he gives to support. Unsaturated fat and not cholesterol forming, he said. Then he preferred jaggery over sugar. The reason he gives is again based on sound nutritional information that jaggery is less sweet, cheaper, and resulted in slower rise in blood sugar level. The next reason he puts forward for this preference highlights the economist. So Gandhiji was so many things. He was a philanthropist, he was a philosopher, he was the freedom fighter, he was the advocate, and all those professions which he adorned. And he was also an economist, and the administrator in him could be seen in his preference of jaggery over sugar. He says that greater use of jaggery as a sweetener is necessary to promote the economy of poor and marginal farmers. Then on fats and oils and milk, here he says India is a developing country, these are his words, whose agricultural economy depends upon production by the masses rather than mass agricultural production. That is one person having 2 or 3 goats or 2 or 3 cattle. So that kind of production is more than mass agricultural production. This is yet another example of his holistic approach to nation building through good nutrition. And he also opined that fats and oils should be consumed in the least quantities as they contribute to obesity, overweight, diabetes mellitus, and other problems. And according to him, milk is to be included as an optional food. His preference for goat's milk is yet another strategy to promote the interest of small farmers and the rural peasants. And the next reason he puts forward, the most scientific reason, is for favoring goat's milk is that glycerol ethers are higher in goat's milk, and these are an important source of nutrition for infants. And he goes on to explain that goat's milk has higher amounts of vitamin A, minerals, calcium, potassium, magnesium, phosphorus, chlorine, and manganese. And on the other hand, xanthine oxidase in cow's milk is capable of damaging the heart and arteries. Then on tea and coffee, which many of us may not welcome, he says tea and coffee are to be avoided because, and he gives the reason, tannin in these beverages is a common component used to toughen leather in the leather industry. Therefore, tannin would harden the tissues of the stomach and intestines. Therefore, tea and coffee should be substituted with vegetable soup. So we can also have hot water, honey, and lemon. That would make a healthy drink. And fresh palm juice or neera would also be consumed instead of tea. And he says that these drinks, natural, have a good nutritive value and they are also good laxatives. And Gandhiji's adequate food plan, based on the welfare of the rural people and the have-nots, he has in mind, and he derived a diet chart to provide maximum nutrition at minimum cost. He expressed his desire to introduce food reforms by using the simplest and cheapest regional foods. Underline regional foods, which are the locally available foods. And then he has a concept about fasting as well. Fasting in Gandhian lifestyle was given with a view to revolutionize health. Since fasting, he said, restores the normal functioning of the digestive system. And regarding diseases also, he explained that disease is an attempt by the body to get rid of toxins. The toxins associated with diseases could be eliminated by fasting, eating and drinking natural food. That was his concept on fasting and disease. Then on spices and condiments, he said these are to be used sparingly. He strongly advocated against condiments such as chilies, pepper, turmeric from the southern states of India. He says that persons who consume more of chilies could meet with premature death. So now we know that excess consumption of spicy food would lead to ulcers of the digestive tract and may eventually shorten life. And according to Gandhiji, that is why his food pyramid does not have sweets at the apex. Eating sweets is equivalent to robbery. He opined that food should be taken as medicine to satiate the disease of hunger. Sweets aggravate hunger and lead to overeating. In this way, a person who eats sweets would feel overtly hungry in a short period of time, and he would be consuming more food than he would eat normally, and thus he would consume the food due to another person over and above what he actually needed, and this is equivalent to robbery according to Gandhiji. And then he speaks on maternal and child nutrition. So he gave adequate guidelines for maternal and child nutrition and infant feeding. He suggested that the mother's food during pregnancy grossly affects the child. So he advised mothers to include health promoting natural foods and avoid all the junk foods of the present day. And children, according to Mahatma, are the future of the nation. We all know that. His views on child nutrition and feeding are put forth with a view with sound scientific basis, and he opines that children should never ever be overfed. They should be fed on demand and not according to a time schedule. Hunger should be the key to food, he said. And this could be a great eye opener and the message to many parents of the present era who stuff their children with food, especially calorie dense food during infancy and childhood. And we know now modern scientific knowledge proves that overnutrition during childhood is the reason for non communicable diseases in adulthood and old age. So, in conclusion, Dundee March, as we all know, a journey of 240 miles by a senior citizen. History says that he was 61 years by the time he embarked on this march. So, this enormous feat he was able to accomplish because of his uncompromised health. And that, anyone can be sure, was because of the Gandhian foods. And Gandhian foods can not only promote physical and mental health of the individual, but can also enhance the economic development of small and marginal farmers. And his concept of goat's milk can augment production by the masses, which is the key to boost the agricultural economy of India today. And Gandhian foods can also help to solve the nation's food problem and control non communicable diseases attributed to overeating, such as diabetes mellitus, obesity, cardiovascular diseases, and cancer. And we concluded if popularized among young children and youth, the Gandhian food pattern can carve out several Mahatmas from among India's vast population. So, in conclusion, if Mahakavi had challenged the need for right to food for all, then the Mahatma solved the food problem, advocating the right food and food pattern for all Indians and the whole world, conforming to the concept of WHO, which is health for all. So, for the students, I wish to remind that Poshan Ma is an abbreviation of Prime Minister's overarching scheme for holistic nutrition, and it is celebrated and dedicated to promoting nutrition awareness and driving action towards building a healthier India. And may I request all the participants, the students, to stand up and take up the pledge, which is visible here. I hope it is visible. So we can all start and repeat the pledge. We can take the pledge on our own. Should I say 1, 2, 3, 4? Yes, all the students here and students online.
Yes, ma'am.
1, 2, 3, let's start. I will keep myself well nourished
Myself well nourished
and spread the message of healthy eating
and spread the message of healthy eating
among my friends and family.
among my friends and family.
Can we repeat that? I
Yes.
will keep myself well nourished
I will keep myself well nourished
and spread the message of healthy eating
and spread the message of healthy eating
among my friends and family.
among my friends and family.
Thank you. So these were taken from our EPG Pathshala and also from our thanks to the project and to my uh, principal investigator, Dr. Tilakavati. This was a project on Gandhian foods for health and diseases, which was funded by the Center of Gandhian Studies of our institute. Thank you for your patient listening. I think I completed on time. Thank you for the opportunity.
Hearty congratulations, Dr. Sylvia, for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
And the comprehensive manner in which you took it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a thoughtful and informative valedictory address. Your presentation on Gandhian foods was very informative, ma'am. As we come to the end of this insightful symposium, it is time to express our heartfelt gratitude to all those who made this event a success. To formally extend the vote of thanks, I would now like to invite Ms. Abita from 2nd MSc Food Science and Nutrition to deliver the vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I'm very privileged and honored to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the Department of Food Science and Nutrition, Nutrition Association, Nutrition Society of India, Coimbatore Chapter, Dr. Rajamal P. Devadas Chair, for the National Symposium on Nutritious Diets for Everyone. A thankful heart, not only the greatest virtue, but the parent of all other virtues. With a high sense of gratitude, I would like to thank our founder, Chancellor Ayya Avargal, and to the world-renowned nutritionist, our Amma Rajamal P. Devadas Avargal. I am glad to propose the vote of thanks to all those for making today's event a resounding success. My sincere gratitude to our respectable Chancellor, Dr. Meenakshi Sundaram Anna Avargal, for his constant support rendered to us for the smooth conduct of this function. Thank you, Anna. It's a great pleasure to thank our Vice Chancellor, Dr. V. Bharati Harishankar, for her thoughtful and valuable guidance at every step in planning and execution of this program. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank Dr. H. Indu, Registrar in charge, for accepting our invitation to deliver the inaugural address. Due to unavoidable circumstances, she was unable to join the symposium. Thank you, madam. I would like to express our deepest gratitude to Dr. S. Amsamani, Dean, School of Home Science, for delivering inaugural address. Your vision has been instrumental in shaping the academic culture of this institution, and we are truly fortunate to have you at the helm. Thank you, ma'am, for always being a pillar of strength for nurturing an environment where students can excel not just academically but holistically. Your dedication towards the development of every student is truly admirable. Thank you, madam. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Professor Aruna Palta, Vice Chancellor, Hemchand Yadav University, for such an insightful and thought-provoking talk on the crucial topic of food that harm and food that heals. Your detailed presentation has shed light on how our everyday choices can directly impact our health, and you have provided us with practical knowledge to make food choices. From discussing the healing power of certain foods to warning us about the potential harms of others, you have empowered us to take control of our well-being. We are very grateful for the time and effort you have taken to share your experience with us today. Thank you, madam. I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Professor Kiran Bains, Dean, College of Community Science, Punjab Agricultural University, for delivering such an enlightening and informative talk on the topic of bioactive compounds from plant sources to combat lifestyle diseases. Your deep knowledge of the subject and the way you explain the science behind these plant compounds has truly opened our eyes to the vast potential of nature's remedies in combating lifestyle related health issues. Your talk has not only broadened our knowledge but also inspired us to explore and incorporate plant based solutions into our daily lives. We are sure that the information that you have shared will surely have a lasting impact on all of us. Thank you, madam. I would also like to extend my thanks to Professor Bila GK, Head, Department of Community Science, Kerala Agricultural University. This enlightening session on rice fortification, a sustainable solution for global nutritional improvement. Your valuable insights and expertise have greatly enriched our understanding of rice fortification as a powerful tool in addressing global nutritional challenges. Your talk today has highlighted the significance of fortifying one of the world's most consumed staple food, that is rice, with essential nutrients to combat malnutrition and to improve the public health outcomes as a global scale. Your presentation has inspired us all to recognize that even a small changes in the staple foods can lead to significant improvements in nutritional health, especially in regions where the micronutrient deficiencies are prevalent. Thank you, madam. I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to Professor Srividya, Department of Foods and Nutrition, Sri Satya Sai Institute for Higher Learning, for the enlightening presentation on rediscovering traditional Indian dietary practices for everyday nutrition. Your expertise and passion for promoting India's rich culinary heritage have inspired us to revisit and rediscover the wisdom of our ancestors. Your insightful talk highlighted the significance of traditional Indian dietary practices in promoting holistic well-being and the importance of incorporating local, seasonal, and whole foods into our daily lives, especially on the fermented foods and probiotic effect. Your presentation has reignited our interest in India's traditional culinary wisdom and encouraged us to adopt sustainable and healthy eating habits. Thank you, madam. I would like to extend my thanks to Dr. S. Kausalya, Professor and National Committee Member, INSA ISC for IUNS, and Dr. Tirumani Devi Ma'am, Professor and Executive Committee Member, Nutrition Society of India, Department of Food Science and Nutrition for their continuous support. Thank you, Madam. I would like to thank Dr. Sylvia Subapriya, Professor in Food Science and Nutrition, Convener, Nutrition Society of India, Coimbatore Chapter, Coordinator, Dr. Rajamal P. Devadas Sir, for her valedictory address. I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to all the faculties of Department of Food Science and Nutrition. Your guidance and support have been instrumental in our academic growth, fostering an environment where we can thrive and explore new ideas. Thank you, madam. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. C.A. Kalpana, Deputy Dean, School of Home Science, Professor and Head, Department of Food Science and Nutrition, for organizing the National Symposium. Your guidance and encouragement have been instrumental in the success of this event. Your belief in our vision and your continuous support have made it possible for us to come together for a productive meeting today. We deeply appreciate the time and effort you have invested in making this event happen. Thank you, madam. I would like to thank Dr. K. Devi, Assistant Professor, Department of Food Science and Nutrition, for her continuous support and encouragement for organizing this event and making this event a grand success. My heartfelt thanks to the organizers, students of 2nd MSc Food Science and Nutrition, for their meticulous planning and smooth execution, ensuring the success of this important symposium meeting. Your efforts are highly appreciated. A total of 1,055 members from 15 states that participated in the symposium. I thank all the students, staffs, and scholars for their participation. Your participation have made this symposium a grand success. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Abita. Feedback link is shared in the chat box. Kindly fill the feedback link to receive e-certificate. E-certificate will be sent to the registered participants through their email. After the valediction of Ocean Mark 2024, after September 30th, participants will receive the e-certificate in the first week of October. With that, we formally conclude today's symposium. We hope you learn to leave with fresh insights and renewed enthusiasm. Thank you all.
Anu Ashweta, we'll be sharing the link to the registered participants.
Okay,
for
ma'am.
the e-certificates. That's what I had also sent us in the chat.
Okay.
We'll do this by today.
Okay.